Chapter 40 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maggie Travers. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 40, Sylla. Now we come to a period when the purity and honesty of Rome had given place to riches and luxury, with all their accompanying evils. Nevertheless, a man whose parents had been poor was still much blamed by the public if he happened to have become suddenly wealthy. So when Sylla boasted of certain exploits of his, a nobleman who was present said, "How can you be an honest man who, since the death of a father, who left you nothing, have become so rich?" Lucius Cornelius Syllas was descended from a patrician or noble family. But his father did not distinguish himself in any way, and bestowed upon his son neither honors nor riches. He gave him a good education, however, for he was learned in the literature of his own country and of Greece. If Sylla had been as moral as he was intellectual, it would have been a pleasanter task to write the story of his life. But he was intemperate, notorious for his low, vulgar tastes, and observed no law but that which his passions dictated. He was vicious in his youth and poverty, and no less so when he became old and rich. Indeed, he so squandered the public treasure when he got the chance that he was forced to let many cities that were allied to Rome buy their independence, in order that he might be enabled to replace the sums he had thrown away to gratify his own vile pleasures. On the other hand, he was a great general, won a number of important victories, and was of immense service to his country. When Marius was consul the first time, Sylla was appointed quaestor, or public treasurer, and went with him to Africa to fight against Jugurtha. He gained high honors as a soldier, and won fame besides in this way. Some ambassadors of Bocchus, the king of Numidia, had suffered severely at the hands of robbers who stopped them on the road, and Sylla not only relieved their wants, but loaded them with presents and sent them back home with a strong guard. Thus he won the friendship of the king besides. Jugurtha, who was son-in-law to Bocchus, had taken refuge at his court after his defeat, but Bocchus both hated and feared him, and was just turning over in his mind some means of getting rid of him, when this affair with the robbers took place. He would not deliver up his son-in-law, but how could he better show his gratitude to Sylla, he asked himself, than by allowing him to seize his enemy? So Bocchus intimated to Sylla that if he would come to visit him, Jugurtha should be his. This was such a tempting reward that, after communicating the matter to Marius, Sylla took a small party and set out upon the expedition, dangerous though it was. For when Bocchus had two such powerful men in his power, he began to debate with himself which should be the victim. At last it seemed more to his advantage to give up Jugurtha, as he had promised, and so it was done. Marius became very jealous when all the glory of his capture was given to Sylla, and he was still more so when the latter, who was anxious for fame, had a ring made with a seal, which he used on all his letters, representing Bocchus delivering Jugurtha to him. After a time, finding that the ill will of Marius increased, Sylla left him and took command under his colleague Catulus instead. Then he was employed in the most difficult enterprises, and when it was his duty to supply the soldiers with provisions, he performed it so well that the army of Catulus had all they wanted, while the forces under Marius were suffering from hunger. This circumstance made Sylla still more hateful to Marius, and, added to others of like nature, led to civil wars and no end of tyranny and bloodshed. When Sylla became praetor, or city magistrate, he was sent to Cappadocia to replace the king on the throne there, and succeeded without much trouble. It was his good fortune at the same time to be the first Roman to whom the Parthians had ever applied for friendship. These things, added to the fact that Bocchus dedicated several images of victory in the Capitol, and close by them one of Jugurtha in gold, representing his surrender to Sylla, caused the quarrel between Marius and Sylla to break out afresh. The former attempted to pull down the images, Sylla's friends opposed it, and the whole city was aroused to a degree that would have brought about ruin had it not been for the sudden breaking out of the social war, which had been smoldering for a long time. This great event put a stop to the quarrel for the time being. During the war, which was of the utmost importance to the Commonwealth, Sylla distinguished himself much more than Marius did, and proved himself a commander of great ability. Towards its close, he returned to Rome, and was rewarded with the consulship. At the same time he married Cecilia, daughter of Metellus, the high priest. Sylla was glad to be consul, chiefly because his heart was set on getting command in the war now threatening with Mithridates, one of the most formidable enemies Rome ever had. But he had a rival in Marius, who, though an old man, was just as full of ambition as ever, and, while Sylla was gone to the camp to arrange some matters, he got Sulpicius, one of the most wicked creatures that ever lived, to join him in creating a disturbance, and proclaiming, at the sword's point, whatever laws suited their purpose. Marius made himself commander of the army, put many of Sylla's friends to death, ordered their houses to be plundered, and, with the aid of Sulpicius, got the Senate completely under his control. Then he sent 2 praetors to Nola, where Sylla was quartered with his army, to announce the change. They delivered their orders so haughtily that the soldiers prepared to kill them on the spot, but at last contented themselves with breaking their faces, tearing off their robes, and sending them away with many marks of disgrace. Then Sylla broke up his camp, and prepared to march on Rome at the head of his 6 legions. He was met by ambassadors, who entreated him not to advance with the intention of fighting, and assured him that the Senate would certainly do him justice. He promised to encamp where he was, and even ordered his officers to mark out the ground for the camp. But as soon as the ambassadors were gone, he sent part of his army to take charge of the gate and the wall, and followed with the rest as quickly as possible. The citizens got on the tops of the houses, and threw stones and tiles on the heads of the soldiers as soon as they appeared. When Sylla arrived, he ordered the houses to be set on fire, and, taking a flaming torch in his hand, gave the example. In doing this he had no thought for friends or relations, but was impelled by fury and the desire for vengeance to ruin his enemies, and cared not that the innocent and the guilty alike suffered. He got possession of the city, and, after driving Marius out, called the Senate together and had him and others condemned to death. Sulpicius was betrayed by one of his slaves and killed. For this act Sylla gave the slave his freedom, and then had him thrown down the Tarpinian rock. After re-establishing the power of the Senate and proposing Octavius and Lucius Cinna for consuls, Sylla set forward against Mithridates. His first object was to relieve Greece from tyrants, and he accomplished this after taking Athens by storm and defeating the armies of Mithridates in 2 great battles. Then a treaty of peace was concluded, for Sylla was very anxious to return to Rome, where Cinna was committing such dreadful acts of violence that many prominent people had made their way to his camp for protection. The 2 consuls had quarreled, and Cinna had gone among the dissatisfied allies of Rome and raised a powerful army. Then Marius, who had fled to Africa, hearing of the trouble, returned to Italy, joined Cinna, and, with an immense horde of robbers and ruffians from all parts of the country, advanced on Rome. The Senate were so alarmed that they offered to make way for Marius if he would shed no blood. But he paid no attention to them, and gave the signal for slaughter. His barbarians rushed on like wolves, sparing neither old nor young, men, women, nor children. The hideous massacre lasted for 5 days and 5 nights, during which Marius gazed on the horrid scene and seemed to delight in it. He had died, and Cinna had been killed in a mutiny of his own troops, when Sylla returned at the head of his victorious army, prepared for vengeance on the Marian party, whom he regarded as enemies to himself and to the Republic. After a short but severe fight, he succeeded in making himself ruler, and then all who had taken sides with Marius, or who were even suspected of having favored him, were put to death without mercy. Fearing that any should escape, Sylla even produced a list of those he had doomed to death, and set a price upon their heads. Caius Metellus, one of the younger members of the Senate, asked him how these evils were to end, and at what point he might be expected to stop. "We do not ask you," he added, "to pardon any whom you have resolved to destroy, but to remove doubt from those you are pleased to spare." Sylla answered, "I know not as yet whom I shall spare." "Why, then tell us whom you mean to punish," said Metellus. Sylla consented, and, without consulting any of the magistrates, at once condemned 80 persons. The people of Rome were very indignant at such an outrage, but without taking any notice of that, Sylla condemned 220 the next day, and as many more on the day after. In an address to the public, he had the impudence to say that he had posted up whatever names he could think of, but those that had escaped his memory should be punished later. He went further in his cruelty, and made a law that any one who gave shelter to a proscribed person should be put to death, without exception, no matter how near the relationship might be. He who should kill a proscribed person was promised a reward of 2 talents, even though it were a slave who slew his master, or a son his father. But the most unjust of all his laws was that which declared the sons and grandsons of condemned persons infamous, and confiscated their property. It was not only in Rome that the list of people who were to be killed were put up, but in all the cities of Italy. No temple of the gods, no hearth or home, was held sacred at this period. Men were butchered before the very eyes of their wives and children, sons in the arms of their mothers. Many were sacrificed merely because the cruel Sylla had reason to hate them or wished to be revenged on them, but the majority simply because they were rich, so that it became a common saying among the murderers, "His fine house killed this man, a garden that one, a third, his luxurious hot baths." Quintus Aurelius, a quiet, peaceable citizen, who thought that there could be no charge brought against him unless it were the sympathy he felt for others, walked into the forum one day to read the list of the unfortunates who were to die. Suddenly he came to his own name. "Oh, woe is me!" he cried. "My Alban farm is my offense." He had not gone many steps before a ruffian approached and killed him. At Praeneste, Sylla tried the inhabitants, or went through the farce of a trial, and had them executed singly. But, finding this tiresome, he collected them to the number of 12,000, and ordered them to be cooped up and slaughtered. One person he would have spared, and that was the man at whose house he had been entertained. But the noble fellow said, "I will never owe my life to the destroyer of my country," and, mixing with the crowd, met his death with his fellow citizens. The strangest proceeding was with Lucius Catiline, a wretch who had killed his own brother. He begged Sylla to place the dead man's name on the list of the proscribed, just as though he were still alive. This was done, and in return for the favor Catiline went and killed one Marcus Marius, and brought his head to Sylla as he sat on his chair of state in the forum, then washed his hands in the holy water at the door of Apollo's temple near by, no doubt thinking thus to cleanse himself from the crime. The next thing Sylla did was to declare himself dictator, though there had been no such office in Rome for 120 years. It gave him power of life and death, of seizing property, of forming colonies, of building or destroying cities, of giving or taking away kingdoms. In short, it gave him power unlimited, and he exercised it in a most insolent, despotic manner. He presented bad women, actors, musicians, and the lowest of the freed slaves with territory and the revenue of whole provinces, and compelled women of rank, against their will, to marry some of the most depraved ruffians. We have recounted only a few of the horrible deeds of which Sylla was guilty, but they are enough to show that he was no less wicked than Marius. Sylla held his dictatorship nearly 3 years. Then, having made all the political reforms he thought necessary, he resigned, and left the people to choose consuls again. Strange to say, although the wicked man walked about in the Forum and elsewhere without a guard, nobody seemed to think of taking his life, though killing was such an everyday occurrence. On the occasion of making sacrifices to Hercules, he gave a magnificent entertainment, and the provisions were so abundant that a quantity was thrown into the river every day. The wine was of the finest kind, being at least 40 years old. The feast lasted many days, and in the midst of it Sylla's wife died. But that event did not interfere with his pleasure, for the priest forbade him to approach her, or to have his house defiled by mourning. So he divorced her, and ordered her to be carried elsewhere before the breath was out of her body. He was so superstitious that he obeyed strictly every law laid down by the priest, though he transgressed his own laws by sparing no expense either on his wife's funeral or on his sumptuous banquets. The rest of his life was passed in the society of low people, with whom he sat drinking and feasting for whole days at a time, until he was seized with a loathsome disease that soon put an end to his existence. The very day before his death he had the quaestor, Granius, strangled by his bedside, because the latter wanted to keep the money due the state, hoping that when Sylla was dead he would not be obliged to give an account of it. Sylla was in the 60th year of his age, and had finished the 22nd book of his autobiography just 2 days before his death. Some of his enemies tried to prevent his having the usual honors of burial, but the Senate interfered, and his funeral was the most magnificent ever seen in Rome. His soldiers came from all parts of Italy to be present, and joined in the procession, which was headed by the Senate, the magistrates, the priests, and the Vestal Virgins. Then followed the army, legion by legion, and all marched to the Campus Martius, where the pile was built. Although such a cruel man, Sylla must have been a favorite with the Roman ladies, for they attended his funeral in great numbers, and sent 210 large baskets of spices. Besides these, there was enough cinnamon and choice frankincense to make a full-length figure of the dead man and one of a lictor, both of which were carried in the procession. As soon as the corpse was laid upon the pile, a strong wind arose, which blew up a flame sufficient to consume it in a few minutes. The ashes were deposited beside the tomb of the kings in the Campus Martius, where, according to Sylla's desire, a monument was erected bearing this inscription by himself: "No friend ever did me so much good, or enemy so much harm, but that I repaid him with interest." My young readers must not forget that the wars between Sylla and Marius were of the utmost importance, because they led to the destruction of Roman liberty. But neither of these heroes would have been so powerful had Rome retained her ancient virtues. She was on the brink of ruin because the nobles and the people had become corrupt, and after Sylla was gone, new men arose to imitate his example, and new convulsions to disturb the public peace many times before a remedy could be found to cure the deep-seated malady. End of section 40. Recording by Maggie Travers. Chapter 41 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maggie Travers. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 41. Crassus. Marcus Crassus lived at the same period with Pompey and Caesar and Cicero, whose lives follow this, and he was one of the best public speakers in Rome. Often when others refused to undertake a case that seemed unimportant, he would give it so much of his time and attention that his fellow citizens looked upon him as one who was ever ready to work for them. Besides, he had a pleasant way of greeting even the humblest of his countrymen, and of calling each by name, that added so much to his popularity. This was unlike many rich men, and Crassus was enormously rich, for not only was he the owner of several silver mines, but he had valuable lands and a host of slaves whom he hired out. They were laborers on his estates, readers, writers, silversmiths, stewards, and household waiters. These he always overlooked himself, for he considered it the duty of a master to see that his servants were properly instructed in their various pursuits. While Cinna and Marius got the power into their own hands, an account of which has been given in their respective lives, the father and brother of Crassus were killed, but he, being very young, was considered unimportant and so escaped. But he knew that he was living in dangerous times, and therefore, taking with him 3 friends and 10 servants, he fled to Spain, where he had once been with his father, and hid in a cave by the seashore. This cave belonged to a man named Vibius Pacianus, who was so pleased to know that young Crassus was safe, that, after inquiring into the number of occupants of the cave, he ordered his steward to take a certain supply of food every day to a rock which he named, and there leave it, promising him his liberty if he obeyed, but threatening death if he asked any questions or sought to find out for whom the food was intended. Crassus lived in that by no means unpleasant dwelling for 8 months, abundantly supplied with comforts and luxuries sent regularly by the friendly Pacianus, whose servants never saw him or knew whom they were serving. At last news came of Cinna's death, and then Crassus left his hiding-place and joined Sylla's army, where his services were very valuable. But Crassus had 2 grave faults. He was avarice and covetous, so when Pompey was honored with a triumph, it made him very angry because he did not also get one. One day, when a citizen announced that Pompey the Great was coming, Crassus asked with a scornful laugh, "How big is he?" Pompey's ability for war was so great that Crassus soon felt how useless it would be to compete with him. He therefore turned his attention to affairs of state, and became very influential. He was ambitious and covetous, as we have said, but not ill-natured or bad-hearted, and he was always ready to serve those who needed him. When Caesar was going to Spain as praetor, his creditors wanted to stop him and take his things, but Crassus promised to see that they were all paid at a given time, and this was a noble act of friendship. Crassus showed himself a good soldier in the war with Spartacus the gladiator. There was at Capua a man who trained gladiators and kept them in confinement, not because they were criminals, but because they were his slaves, and he was cruel. They were for the most part Gauls and Thracians, and were made to fight merely to amuse their master and his guests. At last they determined to bear the imprisonment no longer, and 200 of them formed a plot to escape. It was discovered, but not until 78 had got off. These went to a cook's shop and armed themselves with all sorts of knives, hatchets, and spits, with which they marched noisily through Capua until they reached a place where they were able to defend themselves. On the way they came upon a wagon filled with gladiators' arms. They seized these, and then chose 3 captains, Spartacus being the chief, and giving the name to the insurrection. Spartacus was a brave, high-spirited man, superior to his condition both in intellect and disposition, for, unlike most Thracians, he was humane and gentle. When he first went to Rome to be sold, a snake coiled itself upon his face while he slept, and his wife, who was a kind of prophetess, declared it to be a sign that he would become powerful. Well, the 78 gladiators routed those Capuans who came out to fight them, and so got hold of all the weapons they required in place of the butcher knives. Claudius, with a body of 3,000 men, was sent from Rome, and he besieged the gladiators on a mountain that could be reached by only one narrow, difficult passage, which he kept guarded. The top of the mountain was covered with wild vines, of which the gladiators made strong ladders long enough to reach down a steep, slippery precept on the opposite side to where Claudius had posted his army. By means of these ladders they all got down and made their way around to the Romans, who were taken completely by surprise and lost their camp. This gave the gladiators another supply of arms, with which they equipped a number of sturdy herdsmen and shepherds who had joined them. Other praetors were sent from Rome, but Spartacus defeated them all, and his name began to be a terror in the land. But he was too sensible a man to suppose that his success would long continue against the forces that could easily be raised to oppose him. So he marched his army towards the Alps, intending to send every man to his own home, some to Thrace, others to Gaul. However, with their increase of numbers and repeated successes, they were not willing tamely to disband. They disobeyed their leader and went about ravaging Italy until the Senate, aroused to a sense of the danger that was likely to follow, sent out 2 consuls, each with a large army. In course of time both were defeated by Spartacus. Then Crassus was appointed general of the war, and a great many of the patrician young men volunteered under his command. It was at Rhegium that he came upon the gladiators, and the first thing he did was to build a wall across the isthmus. This was a most difficult undertaking, but it kept the soldiers busy and the enemy from foraging. So when Spartacus, who had not considered the importance of this great undertaking, suddenly found his provisions failing and himself walled in, he spent the whole of one snowy, stormy night filling up a ditch with earth and boughs of trees, and so passed over a third of his army. Crassus now began to fear that the gladiators would march straight to Rome, but his mind was soon relieved when they separated, for some reason or other, and part of them encamped on the Lucanian lake. He fell upon them without delay, drove them off, and would have put an end to them had not Spartacus come up just in time to rally them. Meanwhile, Crassus had written to the Senate to send Lucullus from Thrace and Pompey from Spain to his assistance. He now began to repent that he had done so, for he was always jealous of Pompey, who was a greater commander than he, and feared that he might arrive in time to carry off the honors. He therefore followed up Spartacus and his army with all speed, and gave them battle as soon as they made a stand. When they brought Spartacus his horse, he drew his sword and killed him, saying, "If I am victorious, I shall get many better horses from the enemy. If I am defeated, I shall have no need of this one." Then, through showers of darts and heaps of slain, he made straight for Crassus, but did not reach him, though he killed 2 centurions that fell upon him together. He stood his ground, bravely defending himself, until he was surrounded by the enemy and cut to pieces. Although Crassus had shown himself a good general and had gallantly exposed his person, he was only wreathing a laurel for the brow of Pompey, who met those that were escaping from the field, put them to the sword, and wrote to the Senate, "Crassus has indeed beaten the gladiators in a pitched battle, but I have put an end to the war." On his return to Rome, Pompey had a magnificent triumph for his conquest over Sertorius in Spain, but Crassus could not even accept an ovation, because it would have been undignified, seeing that he had defeated only fugitive slaves. The difference between a triumph and an ovation is explained in the life of Marcellus. Pompey and Crassus were both made consuls. They seemed pleased at first, but it was not long before they began to quarrel to such an extent that they could accomplish nothing of importance to the country. But Crassus, in order to increase his popularity, offered a great sacrifice to Hercules, entertained people at 10,000 tables, and gave them a supply of corn for 3 months. At the close of their consulship, a Roman knight who was much respected mounted the rostrum and announced that he had had a vision, in which he said, "Jupiter appeared to me and commanded me to tell you that you should not permit your consuls to go out of office until they are friends." The people cried out that they must become reconciled to each other. Pompey stood perfectly still and said nothing, but Crassus advanced towards him, and holding out his hand, said, "I am not ashamed, fellow citizens, nor do I think it beneath me, to make the first advances to Pompey, whom you called great while he was but a beardless youth, and whom you honored with a triumph before he was even senator." Somewhat later, Crassus was accused of being mixed up in the conspiracy of Kathrine, but he was tried and acquitted by the whole Senate. This was a plot to burn the city, and when the Senate investigated it, they naturally could not believe that a man who owned such an amount of property as Crassus did could desire to destroy it. Now we come to the closing scene in the life of Crassus. He and Pompey were not really friends, although they had shaken hands to gratify an assembly of the people. So when Caesar returned and desired to stand for the consulship, he managed to reconcile the two, because he knew the importance of their influence. Having accomplished that, he formed the well-known league commonly called the First Triumvirate, and that was a sad day for the liberty of the Roman people. Caesar gained most by this league, for it helped him to the very top of the ladder of fame. Pompey agreed to it because he loved power, Crassus because he worshipped gold and saw a way to increase the millions he already had. So Caesar was elected consul, and by means of persuasion and force the other two were associated with him. Pompey was appointed to the government of Spain, and Crassus to that of Syria, but he expected to extend it to India and the very shores of the Eastern Ocean, not for fame, but for riches. He first proposed to attack the Parthians, but they had been friendly to Rome. Consequently, the people opposed it and would not let him depart until Pompey, whose influence was great, acted as escort. Even then Aetius the tribune met him at the gate and tried to stop him by force, but, failing in that, he ran and got a pan of burning coals, on which he sprinkled incense, and called down the most horrible curses of certain strange and dreadful gods on the heads of the army. An imprecation of this kind was seldom used, because it was said not only the person who used it, but his country was sure to be unhappy. Therefore Aetius was much blamed for his rashness. However, Crassus could not be stopped, so he put to sea, and after a stormy and dangerous voyage, and the loss of a number of vessels, reached Brundisium, where he proceeded to Syria. The Romans met with little resistance because they were not expected, and overran the greater part of Mesopotamia. But then Crassus committed a fatal error. Instead of following up his success and conquering the great city of Babylon, which he might have done with ease, he merely fortified the towns and returned into Syria to pass the winter. There he was joined by his son Publius, who was sent from Gaul by Caesar at the head of 1,000 select horsemen. Instead of devoting the winter to disciplining his army, as a great general ought to have done, Crassus spent his time inquiring into the revenues of the cities and weighing the treasures he found in the temple of Hierapolis, said to have been the richest in the world. In the spring, he took the field again with a splendid army, but part of it, headed by Cassius, the quaestor, tried to dissuade him from going farther, particularly as the soothsayers pronounced all the signs unfavorable. Crassus paid no attention to any of them, but marched straight on to the river Euphrates. While he was crossing, there was a dreadful storm, accompanied by terrific peals of thunder and fearful flashes of lightning, and part of his bridge was destroyed. The spot he had marked out for his camp was struck twice by lightning. A richly caparisoned war-horse, ridden by one of the generals, ran away, jumped into the river, and was drowned with the rider, and when the foremost eagle was moved in order for the march, it turned back of its own accord. These and other bad omens had a very depressing effect on the minds of the superstitious Romans, and it was increased when Crassus let fall the entrails of the animal he was sacrificing. However, his presence of mind did not desert him, and he said with a smile, "See what it is to be old, but my sword shall not slip out of my hands in this manner, I promise you." After crossing the river, Crassus was joined by an artful, wicked Arabian chief named Ariamnes, who led him to ruin. This man expressed so much friendship for the Romans, and flattered them to such a degree that Crassus believed in him, and allowed him to become his guide because he knew the country so well. The traitor led the way along a smooth, easy road at first, but after a while he struck into a sandy desert, where not a drop of water nor a vestige of vegetation was to be seen for miles. No sooner was the impostor discovered than Ariamnes made his escape into the night. The troops were worn out with their long, fatiguing march, and almost exhausted from thirst, when they were attacked by the Parthian forces under Surena, a man of high position, and one of the most remarkable commanders of his day. Crassus was so dismayed by the suddenness of the enemy's approach that he was scarcely able to draw up his army properly. However, after several changes, one wing was at last placed under Cassius, the other under Publius Crassus, the center being commanded by the general himself. The Parthians came on, filling the air with a horrible din and loud bellowing, for they had instruments covered with leather and surrounded with brass bells, which they beat continually, because experience had taught them that nothing sooner disturbed the enemy than the dismal sounds they produced. Besides, they had a peculiar way of advancing and retreating as occasion required, firing their formidable arrows all the time, and drawing the enemy after them as they chose. From the beginning, the Romans fought at a disadvantage, and the battle was desperate and bloody. Young Crassus was sent with a detachment against the Parthian cavalry, and, although he showed himself a true hero, he and all his men were slain. The first knowledge the general received of his son's death was when the Parthians advanced again with loud shouts and songs of victory, holding the head of Publius on the point of a spear. "Does anybody know the family and parents of this young man?" they asked in tones of contempt. "For it is not possible that so brave and gallant a youth can be the son of Crassus, the greatest coward and meanest wretch in the world." This sight broke the spirit of the Romans more than all they had suffered. Crassus, though bowed down with grief, rode up and down the ranks and cried, "Romans, this loss is mine. The fortunes and glory of Rome stand safe in you. If you have any pity for me, who am bereft of the best of sons, show it in your revenge on the enemy. Put an end to their triumph, avenge their cruelty. Be not astonished at this loss. They who aspire to great things must expect to suffer. Lucullus did not defeat Tigranes nor Spicio Antiochus without some bloodshed. Rome has been blessed with great good fortune, but she has also known adversity, and it is through perseverance and fortitude that she has risen to her present height of power." Thus he spoke, but his troops were not inspirited by his speech, and when he ordered them to shout for battle, although they obeyed, their shouts were feeble and unequal, while those of the enemy were bold and strong. The fight lasted throughout the day, and the enemy's pikes did great execution, for they were so large and strong, and were pushed with such violence, that they often pierced through 2 men at once. When night came on, the enemy sent a message that they would give Crassus 1 night to bewail the loss of his son, if he did not in the meantime decide to go and surrender himself to King Arsaces. The Romans were in a dreadful condition. Their wounded were lying on all sides, their dying groans and shrieks of agony filling the air, and preventing those who were able from paying proper attention to the burial of the dead. They could not remove the wounded without being observed by the enemy, and they dared not desert them. Flight was thus rendered impossible. They believed Crassus to be the cause of all their miseries, yet they called on him to speak to them, but he had given himself up to despair, and, having sought an obscure corner, had completely enveloped himself in a cloak, and lay stretched upon the ground. Some of the officers tried to console him, but, finding it impossible to do so, they called a council of war and resolved to retire. This was therefore carried into effect as silently as possible, but as soon as the sick and wounded saw that they were to be deserted, their doleful cries filled the whole army with confusion. Nevertheless they were left, and at the break of day the Parthians fell upon them and killed 4,000. Their cavalry dispatched a large number of stragglers on the plain, and then surrounded a hill where one of the Roman officers had stationed himself during the night with 4 cohorts, and put to death all except 20, who had cut their way through the enemy, sword in hand, and made their escape. Crassus escaped to Carrhae, and as soon as Serena heard where he was determined to besiege the city, but, not wishing to do so unless he was absolutely certain that the Roman general was there, he sent an interpreter to the walls to summon Crassus or Cassius, and say that Serena desired an interview. When Crassus appeared, the man said that Serena was ready to conclude a peace with him on condition that he would give up Mesopotamia and be upon terms of friendship with the king, his master, for he thought that such a peace would be of advantage to both sides. Cassius answered for the general and desired that the time and place might be fixed as soon as possible for the interview. The interpreter, having obtained the information he sought, rode off. Next day, Serena led up his troops and began the siege, telling the Romans that if they wanted peace, all they had to do was to deliver up Crassus and Cassius bound. The Romans were very indignant at having been so imposed upon, and at once made arrangements for their general to escape. This ought to have been kept secret, but Crassus told the whole plan to one of his guides, named Andromachus, a perfidious man who repeated all he heard to the Parthians. In the night, Crassus marched out to Carrhae with only 4 cohorts of foot soldiers, a small number of cavalry, and 5 lictors, led by the false Andromachus. They got into some difficult places and made little progress until day dawned, and then it was discovered that the Parthians were coming up. One of the Roman generals, who, with a small force, had reached a hill not far off, saw the danger Crassus was in, and immediately went to his aid. Then all the soldiers took Crassus in their midst, and, fencing him around with their shields, stoutly declared that no Parthian arrow should touch their general while any of them were left alive. Fearing that Crassus might escape him after all, Serena resorted to stratagem. He instructed his soldiers to say in the presence of the prisoners that the king did not want to continue the war with the Romans, but meant to treat Crassus generously and to regain his friendship and alliance. These prisoners were soon after dismissed, and of course they reported to their general what the Parthenians had said. After drawing back his troops, Surena, with a few of his principal officers, went over to the spot where the Romans were stationed, and, having unstrung his bow, offered his hand to Crassus and said, "Our king has hitherto, though against his desire, given proofs of his power, but now it would be a pleasure to him to come to terms with the Romans and suffer them to depart in peace." The troops were delighted, and urged the general to go with Surena to complete the peace. But he felt suspicious of the sudden friendship and hesitated. Then they began to reproach him. "You are very willing to expose us to the weapons of the Parthenians, but you dare not meet them yourself, even though they lay down their arms and ask for a friendly conference." This and other sneering remarks at last decided the fate of Crassus, and as he left he turned back and said, "All you Roman officers that are present will bear witness to the necessity I am under to take this step. When you are safe, pray tell the world that I was deceived by the enemy, and not that I was abandoned by my countrymen." Octavius and Petronius, 2 officers, also a few soldiers, went forward with their general. The first persons they met were 2 of Surena's men, who addressed Crassus in Greek, and bade him send some of his soldiers to make sure that Surena and his company had no weapons concealed about their persons. "That is not necessary," he answered, "for if my life had been of any account, I should not thus put myself in your hands." Just then Surena himself, with 6 officers, advanced on horseback. "What is this I behold?" he asked. "A Roman general on foot, when we are riding?" He then ordered a horse to be brought, and, as soon as Crassus had mounted, the equerries began to urge him forward. Octavius seized the bridle on one side, and Petronius on the other, while the rest of the Romans tried to draw off those Parthenians who pressed up to Crassus on each side. A scuffle ensued. Octavius drew his sword and killed one of the equerries. Another came forward and was killed also. Petronius received a blow on his breastplate, but was not wounded. Crassus was killed, and his head and right hand were cut off and sent to the Parthenian king. The rest of his escort escaped. Thus ended the tragic expedition that cost the lives of 20,000 Romans and the imprisonment of 10,000 more. It had been undertaken by Crassus, not for the glory of his country, but for the gratification of his ruling passion, love of gold, and he met the fate he deserved. End of chapter 41. Recording by Maggie Travers.
Chapter 42 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 42. Lucullus. Lucullus was descended from a Roman family of distinction, and at a very early age was so impressed with the advantages of oratory that he made up his mind to devote himself to that branch. As he grew older, he became remarkable for his eloquence, and made speeches both in Greek and Latin, which showed considerable ability. He had a brother named Marcus, whom he loved so devotedly that he could not be prevailed upon to accept a public office unless he had one also. This brotherly affection pleased the Romans so much that, although Marcus was the younger, he and Lucullus were elected aediles at the same time. Aediles were magistrates who had charge of public buildings, streets, roads, games, and processions. Lucullus was only a youth at the time of the MaryAnn or Social War, yet Sylla, the consul under whom he served, had such a high opinion of his honesty and talents that he employed him in enterprises of great importance. Sylla showed still further confidence in Lucullus when he made his will and appointed him guardian of his son, and neither this nor any other trust was ever betrayed. Lucullus had nothing to do with the misery Sylla and Marius caused in Italy, for during that whole period he was in Asia on business. Shortly after the death of Sylla, he was chosen consul, with Marcus Cotta for his colleague. At that time it was proposed to begin the war against Mithridates again, and Lucullus was so anxious to command the Greek army that he left no stone unturned until he gained his point. As soon as he got his appointment, therefore, he crossed over to Asia with his legion, and there met the rest of the troops that were to compose his army. Some of them had been badly disciplined, but Lucullus soon showed them what it was to have a real commander who would stand no trifling. While he was completing his arrangements, his colleague Cotta was so afraid of being outdone in the triumph of which he felt sure, that he hurried on a battle. But he was defeated both by land and by sea, and nothing remained but for him to call on Lucullus for assistance. The soldiers did not wish their commander to go to Cotta, who, they said, had ruined himself by his own imprudence. But he told them that he would rather deliver one Roman out of the hands of the enemy than gain all the wealth the enemy had. He then marched against Mithridates with 30,000 foot and 2,500 horse soldiers. Just as the challenge was accepted and the signal for battle given, there was a sudden explosion in the air, and an immense bright object, shaped like a barrel and of the color of melted silver, fell just between the two armies. Both were so affected by this wonderful occurrence that they parted without a single blow, and retired to their camps. This took place in Phrygia. Lucullus had been amazed at the size of the enemy's army, and, knowing that it would be impossible for them to get supplies enough for such myriads of men for any length of time, he caused his camp to be stocked with an abundance of provisions, and then resolved to wait. Meanwhile, one dark, stormy night, Mithridates marched over to the country of the Cyzicenians, got there before daybreak, and posted himself upon Mount Adrastia. The Cyzicenians, with Cotta's army, had been beaten in the last battle, and had lost 3,000 men and 10 ships. As soon as Lucullus discovered that Mithridates had escaped, he followed, and posted his forces in the best places for cutting off the enemy's supplies. Then he called the soldiers together and said, "In a few days you shall gain a victory that shall not cost you one drop of blood." But the Cyzicenians, who were friendly to the Romans, were in a state of great alarm when they beheld Mithridates' troops in every direction, and wondered where Lucullus could be. They could see his camp plainly enough, but they had been told by the Persians that those were the Medes and Armenians. So they thought that there was no help for them with such an army on all sides. It was an immense relief, therefore, when a Roman made his way to the town and assured them that Lucullus was near. They could scarcely believe the good news at first, but when some soldiers arrived during the night, they could no longer doubt. Mithridates laid siege to Cyzicus, but Lucullus had so guarded the roads that the Persian could get no food for his soldiers, so he was obliged to lead them off. But Lucullus followed in a dreadful snowstorm, and the cold was so intense that many of his men perished. He overtook the enemy at last, however, slew a great number, and took 15,000 prisoners, besides 6,000 horses and many camels. Mithridates then made his escape to the sea, leaving his generals to get off as best they could, but Lucullus followed again, and again caused great havoc. It is said that in that campaign the Persians lost nearly 300,000 men in all. There was great rejoicing in Cyzicus when Lucullus entered, but he had no time to make a long stay there, for he had resolved to go to the Hellespont to gather a fleet and pursue Mithridates into Bithynia, where he hoped to find him. But the Persian king heard of this, and made all haste to reach Pontus before Lucullus could stop him. A violent storm destroyed so many of his ships that for several days the shore was covered with the wreck which the waves threw up, and the king himself was only saved by pirates, who, when his ship was going to pieces, took him on their little boat, and after passing through great suffering and danger, landed him safe at Heraclea in Pontus. Then Lucullus was advised by his officers to let the war rest a while, but to that he would not consent. He pushed on into Pontus, where one city after another surrendered, much to the dissatisfaction of the soldiers, who preferred to take them by storm, and so secure the plunder. But Lucullus was a mild, merciful man, and always rejoiced when he could gain what he desired with little bloodshed. This ought to have made him a favorite with his soldiers, but it was not so, for he was less popular than many a more brutal general had been. He was resolute, however, and once having started in pursuit of Mithridates, he stopped at nothing until he had chased that monarch into Armenia, where he placed himself under the protection of Tigranes, his son-in-law, who was king of Armenia. Then Lucullus turned his attention to the reforms that were much needed in the Greek cities of Asia. The inhabitants had been for many years so oppressed by bad laws that any change could be only an improvement for them, and they soon had reason to bless that which Lucullus brought about. Their taxes had been so heavy that the poor creatures had been forced, in many cases, to sell their own sons and daughters, as well as the ornaments in their temples, in order to pay them, and after that was done, had become slaves to their creditors, by whom they had been treated with horrible cruelty. When Lucullus came to their relief, after all the misery they had endured, he made himself universally beloved, and by the end of 4 years he had managed so well as to have freed the cities from debt, and restored estates to their original owners. Meanwhile, Appius Clodius was sent by Lucullus to Armenia as an ambassador, but when he got there, he was ordered to wait for Tigranes, who was then engaged in a war in Phoenicia. He wasted no time, for while he waited, he won over to the Roman interest many princes who had submitted to Armenia out of pure necessity, and a number of cities that Tigranes had conquered sent to let Clodius know that they were friendly to Rome. He promised them all the aid Lucullus could give, but desired them to remain quiet for the time being. Tigranes was one of the haughtiest kings in the world, because he had been prosperous so long that he thought nothing was beyond his reach. He had conquered so many nations that several kings were servants at his court, and 4 in particular ran before him as footmen when he rode on horseback. When he gave an audience, these captive kings were obliged to stand by with clasped hands, which was a token that they had forever resigned their liberty, and were now the humblest of slaves. When Tigranes returned, Clodius was admitted to his presence, and, without appearing in the least awed by his splendor, told him plainly that he had come to demand Mithridates, whom Lucullus claimed for his triumph, and that if he refused to give him up, war would be declared. Such bold speech astonished Tigranes, who for more than 20 years had been used to the most servile conduct on the part of those to whom he deigned to grant an interview. However, he merely replied, "I will not deliver up Mithridates, and if the Romans begin war, I am able to defend myself." He was displeased not only at the way in which Clodius had spoken, but at Lucullus's having addressed him in his letter merely as king, and not as king of kings. Therefore, in his answer, he gave Lucullus no title at all. But he sent Appius some magnificent presents. They were declined. Then more were offered, out of which Appius selected a goblet, and returned the rest. It must not be supposed that the haughty Tigranes had been kind or considerate to the fallen monarch for whom he now proposed to fight. On the contrary, he had treated him with contempt, and kept him a prisoner in a sickly country some distance away. Now, for the first time, he was called to court and treated with respect. When Appius Clodius returned to Lucullus, who was at Ephesus, he found that general enjoying the peace and good laws he had established in the Grecian cities of Asia, by treating the inhabitants to all sorts of shows, processions, and trials of skill between wrestlers and gladiators. But without loss of time he went back to Pontus, put himself at the head of his troops, and prepared for war with Tigranes. He had a long way to march, and subdued several cities on the route, but at last he reached the river Euphrates. It was so swollen by recent heavy rains that Lucullus stood wondering how he could collect boats to form a bridge for the passage of his army. In the evening the water began to subside, and by morning the river had returned to its natural size, which was so unusual that the people of the country declared Lucullus must be more than mortal. His importance was increased by a favorable omen that appeared just after the army had crossed. A number of heifers, sacred to the goddess Diana in Persia, and used only for sacrifice, appeared on the banks of the river while the army was going over, and one of them, leaving the flock, went and stood by a rock which was considered sacred to the goddess, and hung its head when Lucullus approached, as though offering itself for a victim. That animal, as well as a bull, was sacrificed to the Euphrates, and then the army rested before proceeding. The next day Lucullus marched through Sophene, without doing the least injury to those who offered no resistance. When his men wanted to stop and take a fort which was supposed to be full of treasure, he pointed to Mount Taurus in the distance, and said, Yonder is the fort you are to take. As for these things, they will, of course, belong to the conqueror." And so the Roman army moved on, crossed the Tigris, and entered Armenia. The first man who told Tigranes of the approach of the enemy was executed on the spot, and after that no one had the courage to announce bad news until it could no longer be kept secret. Then Mithrobarzanes, one of the king's favorites, ventured to tell him how near Lucullus was, and the reward he got was a small army of cavalry and foot soldiers, with which he was ordered to take the Roman general alive and tread down his troops. He would have obeyed had he been able, for he fought bravely, but he was slain in the battle, his soldiers took to flight, and most of them were cut to pieces. Then Tigranes returned to Mount Taurus, where he collected such a tremendous force that, as he viewed them, he turned proudly to those nearest him, and said, "My only fear is that I shall have Lucullus alone to fight, and not all the generals of Rome at once." Lucullus, meanwhile, laid siege to Tigrana-Certa, the great city which the king had built, and when the grand Persian army came up, he held a council of war. Some of his officers advised him to quit the siege and meet Tigranes with his whole army, while others thought it would be unsafe to leave so many enemies behind. Lucullus said both were right, so, dividing his forces, he left part to continue the siege under Murena, while he led the other part to the battlefield. He encamped on a large plain with a river in front of him, and his army looked so small as compared with that of the enemy, that the Persian officers laughed at it, and cast lots for the spoils before the battle. Tigranes himself joined in the jeers of his officers. "If the Romans have come as ambassadors, they are too many; if as soldiers, they are too few," he said. Next morning, at daybreak, Lucullus drew out his army, and as they marched in haste to a bend in the river, Tigranes thought they were retreating, and said to one of his generals, with a scornful smile, "Seest thou not, Taxiles, these invincible Romans taking to flight?" Taxiles answered, "Would indeed, O king, that some such piece of ill fortune might be yours! But the Romans do not, when going on a march, put on their best clothes or use bright shields and naked headpieces, as you now see them. This is a preparation for war, of men just ready to engage with their enemies." While Taxiles was speaking, an eagle of the foremost legions moved to the right by command of Lucullus, and the cohorts, according to their divisions and companies, formed in order and proceeded to pass over the river. Then Tigranes changed his tone, and, starting up as from a dream, exclaimed 2 or 3 times, "What, are these men coming upon us?" He then drew up his army in a hasty, disorderly manner, taking command of the main body himself, giving the left wing to the king of the Adiabenians, and the right to the king of the Medes. As Lucullus was crossing the river, some of his officers bade him beware of that day, for it was an unlucky one to the Romans. "I will make it a happy day to the Romans," replied Lucullus. It was the 6th of October, and the anniversary of a defeat of the army. Having thus spoken, Lucullus, armed with a breastplate of steel, formed of bright, shining scales, and wearing a fringed mantle, led on his men, sword in hand, to show them that the fight must be a close one. This was wise, because the Persians could only make use of their great, heavy weapons at a distance, and their armor was so unwieldy that unless they could use their pikes, they had no means of defending themselves or attacking the enemy. Their legs and thighs alone were uncovered, and at those parts the Romans were ordered to deal their blows. But they had not much chance to do so, for with a cry of terror the Persians turned and fled, they and their horses, in heavy armor, falling upon the foot soldiers and creating a panic. Their ranks were so thick and deep that they became entangled, wounded one another, and got trampled down, while multitudes were slain by the Romans, who followed them up and helped to increase the dreadful disorder. Tigranes was among the first to fly, and when he met his son, who was sharing his misfortune, he took off his crown and bade him take it and save himself by another road if possible. Fearing to place it upon his head, the young prince gave it in charge to one of his most faithful servants, who was afterwards taken prisoner by Lucullus. So that, besides killing nearly all the cavalry, and more than 100,000 foot soldiers, the Romans secured a large number of captives and the crown of Tigranes. They lost only 5 men, and had 100 wounded. Never was such a remarkable fight seen in the world, and one of the writers of the day said that the Romans were ashamed of themselves for having tried their arms against such a pitiful enemy. Lucullus followed up his victory, took and burnt many of the royal palaces in Asia, and might have seized the kings themselves, had they not fled like wild beasts and hidden themselves in the forests. Both Mithridates and Tigranes were so subdued that they never dared to make further resistance against the Roman army. Still, Lucullus could not derive all the advantage from his conquests that he ought to have done, for he was never a favorite with his troops, and after 8 years of hard fighting, they declared that they had had enough of hardship, and wanted to go home and enjoy their deserved repose. Then the popular party in Rome, taking advantage of the complaints of the army, accused Lucullus of prolonging the war in order that he might lay up stores of wealth for himself, and at last succeeded in having him removed from command and Pompey made general in his stead. On account of this accusation, many were opposed to allowing a triumph to Lucullus on his return to Rome, but some of the noblest statesmen used their influence to get this honor for him, because they thought he really deserved it. His procession was not as long as many others had been, but it made a splendid display of arms and other warlike implements taken from the enemy. There were the cavalry captives, 10 splendid chariots armed with sharp scythes and followed by 60 high officers of the Persian army. After these were drawn 110 war vessels, with brazen prows, preceding a massive gold statue of Mithridates 6 feet high, on which was his shield set with precious stones. Then came men carrying 20 large silver urns, gold cups, vases, arms, and a quantity of coin. These were followed by 8 mules bearing golden couches, and 56 more laden with silver bullion. The procession closed with 107 other mules, carrying 2,700,000 drachmas in silver coin. A grand entertainment was provided for the whole city, and all the neighboring villages besides. Now the Senate had hoped that Lucullus was going to support the patrician party, which had suffered a good deal from the tyranny of Pompey, but they soon found their mistake, for he thought he had endured hardships enough, and had returned with the determination to spend the rest of his life in ease and luxury. He built for his own use superb villas near Naples and Tusculum, and had everything in such magnificent style that even the wealthiest men of the day were astonished. His gardens exceeded those owned by any king of his time, and his houses were adorned with the most costly paintings and statuary that could be found. Lucullus was a man of learning and refinement, as was clearly shown by the splendid and costly library he collected. It was so complete that the learned men of the time never lost an opportunity to visit it, and they were always made welcome by the owner. Like most people who become suddenly rich, Lucullus was fond of display. His beds were covered with costly quilts, his sideboards groaned under the weight of silver and gold drinking vessels and dishes set with precious stones, and the variety in cooking of the provisions that were served to him daily were marvelous. When he entertained his friends, the most renowned musicians and comedians were engaged to perform for them, at an enormous expense. Once, when some Grecian travelers were in Rome, they were invited to the house of Lucullus a number of times, but at last refused to go because they feared he was incurring too great an expense for their entertainment. When Lucullus heard their excuse, he smiled and said, "It is true, my friends, that some of the preparations are made for you, but the greatest part is for Lucullus." He prided himself upon his extravagance. Nothing gave him more pleasure than to have it spoken of. Quite a moderate repast was set before him one evening when he chanced to dine alone. Thereupon he summoned his chief cook and took him to task for it. "I thought that, as there were to be no guests, my master would not want an expensive supper," said the man, by way of apology. "What!" exclaimed Lucullus. "Didst thou not know that this evening Lucullus sups with Lucullus?" On entering the forum one day, he met Cicero, who stood conversing with Pompey. They were intimate friends of his, and, after saluting him familiarly, asked, "Are you at leisure to receive us at your house?" "Nothing could give me greater pleasure. Come at once," answered Lucullus. "No, we will wait on you this evening," said Cicero, "on condition that you make no great preparations, but give us only what is provided for yourself." Lucullus objected at first, but, as they insisted, he turned to a servant who accompanied him, and said, "I shall sup to-night in the Apollo." The friends did not suspect the stratagem, but this is what it meant. Each dining room had its own china and plate, as well as style of entertainment. The Apollo was the most magnificent of them all, and when the servants received an order to serve a meal there, they knew it was to cost no less than 50,000 drachmas, and to consist of the very best of everything. Knowing only that Lucullus had merely named the dining room, and not aware of the orders connected with it, Cicero and Pompey were amazed at the splendor of the repast that was laid before them a few hours later. And so Lucullus lived on, taking no part whatever in public affairs, until, as he grew old, he lost his mind. Then the brother to whom he had always been devotedly attached took care of him and his estates. He died in the 67th year of his age, much regretted by the people, who attended his funeral procession in great numbers. End of chapter 42. Recording by Owen Cook in Potawatomi Ceded Land.
Chapter 43 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 43. Pompey. Pompey was an exceedingly handsome man, and his manners were so pleasing and his conversation so agreeable that he early won the affection of his countrymen. He lived at the same time with Lucullus, whose life we have given, but unlike that Roman, Pompey's tastes and habits were plain and simple. Once, when he was dangerously ill and could eat scarcely anything, his physician ordered him a thrush. But as thrushes were out of season, they were not to be found in the markets. Lucullus had them in his birdhouses all the year, and it was proposed to send to him for one. "Does Pompey's life depend upon the luxury of Lucullus?" asked the sick man. Then, without regard to the physician's order, he ate something that was easy to be had. That happened when he was middle-aged. He was only 19 years old when he served under his father in the war against Sylla. Lucius Terentius was his comrade and slept in the same tent with him, but he had been bribed by Sylla to kill him while others set fire to the general's tent. Pompey found it out, and on the night set apart for the horrible deed, he stole softly out of the tent after having gone to bed, and went with a guard to protect his father. As soon as Terentius supposed he was asleep, he crawled over to the bed and stabbed it in many places, thinking that Pompey was there. Then there was a mutiny among the soldiers, which it required all the eloquence young Pompey could command to quiet. Sylla was killed not long after, and Carbo became ruler. This happened after the Romans had experienced so many calamities that any change was welcomed by them. But they soon found Carbo to be a most savage tyrant, and so rejoiced when Sylla returned to Italy. Pompey was then at Picenum, where he raised an army of about 17,000 men. With this force he set out to join Sylla, and succeeded in doing so only after being attacked several times by the opposite party. He was just 23 years old when he elevated himself to the office of general, and Sylla was so struck by his appearance and the excellent condition of his army that he saluted him as Imperator when they met. This was an honorable title, and one that had never before been bestowed on a Roman who had not been in the Senate. Indeed, it was one for which such great generals as Scipio and Marius were fighting. But Sylla felt that Pompey deserved it, and his respect for that young man was so great that he would always rise and uncover his head when he approached. When he had made himself master of Italy and was declared dictator, He rewarded his principal officers handsomely, but to Pompey he gave most, knowing that he owed more to his services than to those of any other man. 3 years later, Pompey was sent to Sicily because the friends of Marius were fortifying themselves there. He retook the island and was then ordered to Africa, where in 40 days he drove out Domitius with his grand army. The Romans were astonished at his wonderful exploits, and on his return prepared to receive him with every mark of honor and kindness. Sylla marched at their head to meet the hero, and after embracing him affectionately, called him Pompey the Great, bidding all who were present to do the same. Now Pompey desired the honor of a triumph, and there can be no question that he deserved one, but Sylla was jealous of his fast-growing power, and said that no Roman who had not first been consul or praetor had ever had a triumph, and that such a proceeding would excite envy among other officers. But Pompey was determined, and said, "Do not forget that more people worship the rising than the setting sun." He meant that his power was increasing while Sylla's was on the decline. Feeling the truth of this remark, and admiring Pompey's spirit, Sylla cried, "Let him triumph, let him triumph," and so the young man had his way. He might then have become a senator if he had chosen, but he preferred to seek extraordinary honors, and his triumph was certainly such. After it was over, he took his place among the Roman knights, which pleased the populace immensely. But Sylla was anxious on account of the height of glory to which he had risen, though he dared not hinder him. He said nothing until Lepidus was raised to the consulship by Pompey's influence. Then, when Pompey passed through the forum with a great train of followers, he cried out, "I see, young man, that you are proud of your victory, and indeed it was a great thing for you to obtain the consulship for Lepidus, the worst man in Rome, in preference to Catullus, the best and most deserving. But beware, for you have made your enemy stronger than yourself." The truth of Sylla's words appeared shortly after his death, for Lepidus desired to become dictator, and armed himself for that purpose against Catullus, who had to call in the aid of Pompey. Lepidus was then driven out of Italy and fled to Sardinia, where he died. After a short season of peace and quiet, the Senate ordered Pompey to Spain to support Metellus against the powerful Sertorius, whose activity and skill made him a most formidable opponent. When Sertorius heard of this addition to the Roman army, he said, "I shall want no other weapons than a rod and ferule to chastise the boy, but I fear the old woman." By the boy he meant Pompey, who was just 30 years old. Metellus was the old woman. Though he spoke thus, he was really afraid of Pompey, and so made his plans with extreme caution. Metellus was less an object of dread, because he had given himself up to a life of luxury and pleasure quite unfit for a soldier. The defeat of Lauron, narrated in the life of Sertorius, was a dreadful blow to Pompey, but he gained the next battle, which encouraged him so much that he hastened to attack Sertorius near the river Sucro. In that engagement he was wounded in the hand, and he would certainly have been captured had he not jumped from his horse and turned it loose towards the enemy. They were so dazzled by the rich trappings that they began to quarrel over them, as Pompey had expected, and so he made his escape. The war continued with little success on either side until Sertorius was murdered by his own officers, when it was brought to a close. Perpenna, who succeeded Sertorius, had taken charge of his private papers, and when Pompey took Perpenna prisoner, he burnt them without reading them, because he feared they might cast disgrace on some of the most powerful men of Rome, and so be the cause of new wars. This was wise and prudent. Pompey returned to Rome when the civil war was at its height, and Crassus was in command of the army. A great battle had just been fought, and 5,000 slaves had fled, but Pompey met them and put them all to death, and then sent this message to the Senate: "Crassus has beaten the gladiators in a pitched battle, but I have cut up the war by the roots." The Romans were delighted to honor a man whom they had learned to love and admire, so they gave him a second triumph, and at the same time he was created consul, with Crassus for his colleague. One of the scenes that pleased them most was when Pompey appeared in the forum with other Roman knights, each to give an account to the two censors of his actions in the war, and to demand his discharge. This custom was always observed, and each knight received, according to his behavior, marks of honor or of disgrace. Pompey advanced, preceded by his lictors and leading his horse amidst profound silence, everybody staring at him in admiration. The older censor spoke. "Pompey the Great, I demand of you whether you have served all the campaigns required by law." He answered in a loud voice, "I have served them all, and all under myself as general." Loud cheers and applause greeted this reply, and the censors conducted the new consul to his home, followed by the multitude. Though Pompey and Crassus were consuls together, they never could agree on any point, but kept up a continual quarrel. When their term of office ended, a knight who had never taken part in public affairs mounted the rostrum one day before a large crowd of people and said, "Jupiter has appeared to me in a dream and commanded me to tell the consuls that they must not give up their office until they are friends." Pompey stood still and said nothing, but Crassus went to him, took his hand, and spoke as follows: "I do not think, fellow citizens, that I do anything mean or dishonorable in making the first advance to Pompey, on whom you were pleased to bestow the title of Great, when he was but a beardless youth, and for whom you voted 2 triumphs before he was a senator." Thus were they reconciled before they went out of office. About this time the pirates had become so powerful in the Mediterranean that they attacked islands and seaport towns, as well as ships, and persons of wealth, high birth, and intellect joined their band just as though their employment were an honorable one. They had watchtowers and arsenals strongly fortified, and their fleets were gaily ornamented as if they took a pride in their villainy. They owned 1,000 ships and 400 cities, and were so powerful that they could insult Roman citizens without fear of punishment. Once they carried off 2 praetors in their purple robes with all their servants and lictors, and at another time seized the daughter of Antony, a distinguished citizen, and would not release her until they had received a large ransom. When a captive declared himself to be a Roman and told his name, the pirates would pretend surprise and fear, fall at his feet, and humbly beseech him to forgive them. Then they would dress him in a Roman gown and place Roman shoes on his feet, so that they might know him another time, they said, and putting out a ship's ladder when they were far out at sea, tell him he was free to go, and wish him a pleasant journey. If he hesitated, he was thrown overboard. Of course, trade and navigation came to a standstill when every ship was in danger from pirates, and there was reason to fear a famine in Rome. So at last Pompey was sent to clear the seas. This wonderful achievement was performed in 4 months. 20,000 pirates were taken prisoners, and the rest were compelled to retire to Cilicia, which was too far from Rome for them to do further damage. The prisoners were not put to death. Pompey was too humane for that. He gave them small tracts of land in various scantily populated regions, thus offering them a chance to become honest citizens. When the news was brought to Rome that the war with the pirates was finished, Pompey was considered such an able general that he was appointed over Lucullus to carry on the war against Mithridates and Tigranes, with more power than had ever been entrusted to any Roman general before. On his arrival in Asia, he altered everything that Lucullus had done, merely to show that the latter no longer had authority, which was, of course, very galling to that general, for he had so disabled Mithridates and Tigranes that they could offer little opposition to Pompey, who got credit for the conquest that really belonged to Lucullus. Nevertheless, Pompey made some hard fights in different parts of Asia, and won some brilliant victories before the war ended. Then, crowned with glory, he turned homeward, stopping in Greece by the way. At Mytilene he witnessed the exercises of the poets, all of whom selected the actions of Pompey for their theme this year. He was so much pleased with their theatre that he took a plan of it, intending to build one similar but larger in Rome. Then he visited several other Greek cities, and lastly Athens, to which he presented 50 talents for improvements. Rumors had reached Rome that Pompey was coming back with a powerful army for the purpose of establishing himself as sole ruler. But as soon as he landed in Italy, he mustered his soldiers, bade each farewell, and sent him home, only requesting that none would fail to take part in his triumph. Then he went to Rome as a private citizen, and the whole city turned out to meet him with loud shouts of greeting. His triumph lasted 2 days, and Rome had never witnessed one more splendid. Pompey's greatest glory was not in the fact that he had triumphed 3 times, for other Romans had done likewise, but that he seemed to have led the whole world captive, for his first triumph had been over Africa, his second over Europe, and his third over Asia. At this time, Caesar was laying the foundation for future greatness. He had just returned from Spain and wanted to be consul, and in order to accomplish this, it was necessary that Crassus and Pompey should be friends, so that both would uphold him. He therefore set to work to reconcile them, which would have been all very well if the intention had been good, but it was only to serve himself that he wanted, and the union he formed, which is known in history as the First Triumvirate, proved a fatal blow to the constitution of Rome. Then Pompey and Caesar became fast friends, and carried everything before them. Cicero and Cato were not on their side, so the former was banished and the latter was sent to Cyprus, it being necessary to get both out of the way. In effecting all this, Pompey had taken into his service Clodius, one of the vilest wretches that ever lived, but in course of time he quarreled with him, and Cicero was recalled. For a while Pompey's popularity with the populace had not been so great as formerly, but he regained their goodwill when he was entrusted with the care of supplying the city with corn in a time of scarcity. It was Cicero, the great orator, who induced the Senate to appoint Pompey to that position, which was a most important one, because it gave him control over the merchant as well as the farmer. He sent agents to various places and went himself to Sicily, Sardinia, and Africa, working with such success that he filled the markets with grain and covered the sea with his ships. So not only was there plenty in Rome, but she was even in condition to supply the wants of her neighbors. Now Pompey married Julia, Caesar's sister, and Caesar married Calpurnia, the daughter of Piso, who was consul. These 2 men continued to be fast friends, but Caesar was sent to Gaul with an army, and Pompey gave great offense by devoting himself to his wife and traveling about with her, instead of giving his whole attention to his country. But he gained public favor by opening his theater and treating the people to all sorts of games, shows, gymnastics, and music, besides a battle of lions and one of elephants, which was witnessed with wonder and delight. A change had taken place in public affairs at Rome, and those who stood for offices now fought for them or got them by means of bribes. Some of the more honest citizens were so indignant that it was proposed to appoint a dictator, and Pompey was the man selected. But fearing that as dictator he might become a tyrant, it was decided after a great deal of debate to appoint him sole consul. Before this happened, his wife had died, so one bond between him and Caesar was broken, and not many months after he became sole consul, he married Cornelia, the daughter of Scipio, a young, beautiful, and highly accomplished lady. Meanwhile, Caesar had made himself famous in Gaul, and his friends declared that his services to his country were so great that he deserved at least a second consulship. Pompey opposed this, saying that as there was no doubt that Caesar wished to be released from command, he ought to return home to stand for office. The fact was that Pompey had no desire to share his government with anyone, so in order to weaken Caesar, he demanded back the 2 legions he had lent him, under pretense that he was about to engage in a war with Parthia. Caesar was not deceived, but returned the soldiers loaded with costly presents. Not long after, Pompey was attacked by a dangerous illness. This was at Naples. He recovered, and the citizens offered sacrifices to celebrate the happy event. Others imitated the Neapolitans until there was not a town or village in all Italy that did not rejoice publicly on account of Pompey's recovery. As he journeyed towards Rome, he was greeted by crowds of people who assembled from different quarters with garlands on their heads and lighted torches in their hands to see the hero whose path they strewed with flowers. Such a display of affection was no doubt gratifying to Pompey, but it is said to have been one of the chief causes of the civil war, for it turned Pompey's head, and so increased his confidence in himself that he felt contempt for Caesar's power and believed that it would be very easy to subdue him. When anyone expressed anxiety about a war and wondered where forces were to come from should Caesar choose to advance on Rome, he said, "If in Italy I do but stamp upon the ground, an army will appear." Caesar was not idle. He slowly advanced towards Italy, and not only sent his soldiers to vote in the elections, but bribed such men as Paulus, Curio, and Mark Antony to take his side. The time for which Caesar had been appointed to command was drawing to a close, and when the question of his removal arose, Curio made the demand that either Pompey's army should have a new commander or that Caesar's should retain theirs. Marcellus then rose and pronounced Caesar a robber who should be looked upon as an enemy to Rome unless he would disband his army. Curio, with the assistance of Antony and Piso, demanded that it be put to the vote. The result favored Pompey, and the people clapped their hands for joy. Pompey was not present because it was not lawful for generals in command of an army to enter the city, so Marcellus, accompanied by the Senate, went solemnly to meet him and addressed him thus: "Pompey, I charge you to assist your country, for which purpose you shall make use of what troops you have and levy what new ones you please." Other senators spoke to the same purpose, but Antony, who was in favor of peace, read a letter of Caesar's in which he proposed that both he and Pompey should dismiss their armies and let the people judge which of them should rule. This proposition met with so much favor that Pompey found it more difficult to levy an army than he had supposed. Cicero then tried to bring about a reconciliation and proposed that Caesar should give up Gaul, disband all his army except 2 legions, and wait for another consulship. But Pompey and his friends would not agree to any such thing. Just then news was brought that Caesar was marching on Rome. That general was indeed on the road, but when he reached the banks of the Rubicon, he hesitated whether to advance or recede. At last he exclaimed, "The die is cast," and led his army over. Such consternation had never filled Rome before, and the Senate and magistrates ran to Pompey to find out what he meant to do. Tullus asked what forces he could command. After a moment's pause, Pompey said, "I have 2 legions that Caesar sent back, and believe that I shall shortly be able to make up a body of 30,000 men." "O Pompey, you have deceived us," cried Tullus. "Let a messenger be at once sent to make terms with Caesar." "Now stamp upon the ground and call forth the forces you promised us," bade Favonius. Pompey made no answer to this raillery, and Cato said, "Let us choose Pompey for general with absolute authority, for the men who do great evils know best how to cure them." He echoed the opinion of all Rome in calling the war which Pompey had brought about an evil, but there was no help for it now, so he went in command of forces to Sicily, while the rest of the senators departed, each to his separate post. Thus was the whole of Italy up in arms, though no one could say what it was best to do. People from the suburbs flocked to Rome, while those within the city were quitting it as fast as possible, and such was the confusion that everybody interfered with Pompey's plans, each giving advice according as he was affected by doubt, fear, or grief. Then again, all sorts of rumors about the enemy filled the air, and those who reported them to Pompey were angry if he did not believe and immediately act upon them. At length Almost beside himself with the uproar, Pompey determined to leave the city, and commanding the Senate to follow, he did so as soon as it was dark. The consuls did not even wait to offer the customary sacrifices to the gods before going to war, so anxious were they to be with the general whom they loved, even when they found fault with his management. A few days later Caesar entered Rome, but he behaved with so much kindness and consideration towards the inhabitants that their fears were soon at rest. He took all the money he wanted from the public treasury, and then went after Pompey, resolved to drive him out of Italy before he could be joined by his forces from Spain. Pompey hastened to Brundusium, where he had a number of ships, and having fortified the town, waited there until his whole army had embarked. Then, after sending his father-in-law Scipio and his son Cneius to Syria to provide war vessels, he went on shipboard himself and sailed away. Caesar was surprised at the end of 60 days to find himself master of Italy, and without having caused the least bloodshed. But he could not follow Pompey because he had no ships, so he marched to Spain, hoping to win over the forces there. In this he succeeded, and then passed the Alps again, and proceeded through Italy to Brundusium. Thence he crossed the sea and landed at Auricum. One of his prisoners, who was a friend to Pompey, was then sent to propose that both armies should be disbanded within 3 days and all return to Italy. But Pompey, who had got together a grand army of the very flower of Italy, suspected a snare, and so hastened to the sea and secured all the forts and shipping stations. Then Caesar was forced to give battle or run the risk of starvation, because Pompey's men were so placed that he could get no supplies. So he daily attacked Pompey's entrenchments, and usually had the advantage. But one day he was in danger of losing his army, for Pompey put his entire detachment to flight and killed 2,000 men. Provisions began to be scarce with Caesar, so he marched on to Thessaly, and Pompey's men were so rejoiced at this, as well as at their recent victory, that they urged him to follow. But some of the officers advised him instead to return to Italy, take possession, and proclaim himself victor. That he could not do, because Scipio and others of high dignity would then be left to the mercy of Caesar. So he decided that the next best thing for Rome was to keep the war as far away from her as possible. He therefore followed Caesar with the intention of avoiding a general battle, but of wearing him out with sieges. However, after a time he yielded to the demand of his officers and began an engagement, though against his better judgment. When Caesar saw Pompey's army drawn up for battle, he exclaimed, "The long-wished-for day is come on which we shall fight with men and not with want and famine." He then ordered the red mantle, the signal of battle among the Romans, to be hoisted before his tent, and his soldiers no sooner saw it than they ran to arms with loud shouts of joy. It is unnecessary to give all the details of this memorable battle. Pompey had twice the number of men that Caesar had, and the fight was a desperate one on both sides. There were the same arms, troops marshaled in the same manner, the same standards, the strength and flower of one and the same nation turned upon itself. The 10th Legion, which Caesar commanded, signalized itself as it always did, and towards the close of the battle put the enemy to flight. Utterly disheartened and bowed down by grief, Pompey quitted the ranks and retired to his tent, where he sat down without speaking a word until some of Caesar's men entered. "What, into my camp too?" he exclaimed. Then rising, he mounted his horse and rode away. He had very few people with him, and finding that he was not pursued, he left his horse and walked slowly on. It must have been a sad moment for a man who for 34 years had been used to conquer, when he found himself in his old age defeated and forced to fly from the battlefield. He passed on to Tempe, where, in a state of exhaustion and burning with thirst, he threw himself upon his face and drank a deep draught from the river. He then went on to the sea-coast and passed the night in the cabin of a poor fisherman. Next morning he went on board a boat, taking with him the free man who had accompanied him, and bidding the slaves go to Caesar and fear nothing. A merchant ship chanced to be lying off, just ready to set sail, and Pompey hailed it. The commander was a Roman citizen named Petitius, who knew Pompey well, and no sooner did he recognize the fallen hero than he took him on board and treated him with the utmost kindness and consideration. They sailed by Mytilene, where Cornelia awaited her husband. She was overwhelmed with grief when she beheld him with but one ship, and that not his own. But he consoled her as best he could, and assured her that he was ready to try his fortune again. For that purpose he sailed about and collected a navy, with which he determined to claim the hospitality of young King Ptolemy in Egypt. On arriving in Africa, he found that the king was posted with his army at the city of Pelusium. He sent a messenger to announce his arrival. Ptolemy was very young, so calling a council of his prime minister and ablest officers, he asked their advice. Some were for giving Pompey an honorable reception, while others advised the king to order him to depart, saying, "If you receive him, you will have Caesar for your enemy and Pompey for your master. If you order him off, he may one day seek revenge, and Caesar may resent your not having put him in his hands. The best method, therefore, is to send for him and put him to death. Thus you will do Caesar a favor and have nothing to fear from Pompey. Dead men do not bite." It was therefore decided that Pompey should be put to death, and Achillas was appointed to do the deed. He went in a small boat with Septimius, who had once been an officer under Pompey, and several others. They rowed up to the side of Pompey's ship, and Septimius greeted him in Latin, called him Imperator, the highest title a Roman could have. Achillas saluted him in Greek and invited him to step into his boat, saying that the water was too shallow near the shore for his vessel to go in. Pompey had his misgivings, but as by this time the coast was covered with troops, and several of Ptolemy's ships were ready to sail, there was nothing for him to do but obey. He therefore embraced Cornelia, who wept bitterly, and ordered one of his liberated slaves named Philip, and a servant named Cenes, to get into the boat before him. As he stepped in himself, he turned to his wife and repeated this verse of Sophocles: "He that once enters at a tyrant's door becomes a slave, though he were free before." These were the last words he ever spoke to his friends. As the boat was rowed to shore, Pompey noticed that not a man in it either spoke to him or showed him the slightest civility. That alarmed him, but he looked at Septimius and said, "Methinks I remember you to have been my fellow soldier." Septimius answered only with a nod, and Pompey did not venture another remark. When he was about to step ashore, he took hold of Philip's hand to steady himself, and as he did so, Septimius ran him through the body. Pompey seized his robe and covered his face, not allowing a single groan to escape his lips, while Achillas and others dispatched him with many blows. Cornelia, who had been watching her husband from the galley, gave a shriek that was heard on shore when she witnessed the murder. Her friends weighed anchor immediately, and a brisk gale carried them out to sea so fast that the Egyptians did not think it worth while to pursue them. Having cut off Pompey's head, the murderers threw the body out of the boat naked, but Philip washed it and wrapped it in one of his own garments. Then, after hunting about for a long time, he found some rotten planks with which he set to work to build a funeral pile. While he was thus engaged, an old Roman citizen who in his youth had served in the wars under Pompey came up to him and asked, "Who are you that are preparing the funeral of Pompey the Great?" "I am his freedman," answered Philip. "Nay, then you shall not have this honor alone," returned the other. "Let me too, I pray you, have my share in this pious office, so that I may not repent of having passed so many years in a foreign land. Let me have the honor of touching and wrapping up the body of Pompey, the greatest general Rome ever had." Not long after, Caesar arrived in Egypt, and when Pompey's head was presented to him, he turned aside and shuddered. When Pompey's seal was laid before him, he burst into tears. Achillas he put to death, and King Ptolemy, being defeated in a battle on the banks of the Nile, ran away and was never heard of afterwards. The ashes of Pompey were carried to his wife Cornelia, who buried them at his country seat near Alba. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman, Chapter 44. Cicero. Not much is positively known about the parents of Marcus Tullius Cicero, but he was born in the same year which gave birth to Pompey the Great. He became prominent at a very early age, for he was so quick and bright at school that the other boys wondered at him and mentioned him so often at home that their fathers would visit the school on purpose to hear the clever pupil recite. He wanted to learn everything, but particularly poetry, for which he showed peculiar taste. His poem on the fable of Glaucus, which he wrote when a boy, still exists, and later in life he had the name of being not only the best poet, but the best orator in Rome. Even at the present time, his orations are considered perfect samples of rhetoric, but his verses have been cast into the shade by those of the many great poets that have followed him. Scaevola, a celebrated lawyer, taught Cicero all about the laws and politics of Rome, and his knowledge of military affairs, which was considered an important part of every Roman boy's education, he gained in actual service under the consul Strabo, father of Pompey the Great. But he preferred to study philosophy and rhetoric and returned to them just as soon as he could, devoting part of each day to declaiming in Greek and Latin. His introduction into public life was made in defense of Roscius Amerinus, one of Sylla's emancipated slaves. Roscius was accused of having murdered his own father. Cicero defended him and won the suit. This happened when Sylla was at the height of his power, so, thinking it prudent to get out of the way, after having defended a man whom Sylla had accused, Cicero determined to travel. He visited Greece, where he studied under the most learned men of the day. Then he went to Asia and mingled with the great philosophers and rhetoricians. Like Demosthenes, Cicero began by having serious defects, both in manner and delivery. But he took lessons of Roscius the comedian and Aesop the tragedian until he became so excellent in the art of oratory that when he was leaving Athens, a learned scholar said to him, "You have my praise, Cicero, and Greece my pity, since those arts and that eloquence, which are the only glories that remain to her, will now be transferred by you to Rome." He was 30 years of age when he returned to his native city, so much improved in public speaking that he excelled all the other orators, and soon became the most popular of them. He was appointed quaestor, or public treasurer, at a time when there was great need of grain in Rome, and was sent to Sicily to procure it. At first the people complained of him, but he proved himself so just and reasonable that they afterwards declared they liked him better than any quaestor Rome had ever sent them. He gained further favor with the Sicilians by his prosecution of Verres, who had been their praetor and had filled the office very badly. Verres was convicted, and the Sicilians were so grateful to Cicero that later, when he became aedile, they sent him all sorts of presents from their island. Cicero owned a modest country seat near Naples and another at Pompey, but he lived most of the time on the Palatine Hill in Rome, so that people who desired to visit him needed not to make a journey. He had the good taste to live simply, though his wife had brought him a fortune, and he had besides plenty of money of his own. His companions were literary men, Greek and Roman, and he held a levee every day, as Pompey did. 2 years after he became aedile, he was raised to the office of praetor, and presided at the courts of justice with great dignity and honor. But it had long been his aim to become a consul, and he relied on Caesar and Pompey to raise him to that office. They succeeded in doing so, and he won the blessings of his countrymen by crushing the conspiracy of Catiline. This he could only have done as consul, and he stood for that office in a complete suit of armor under his tunic, because he knew that Catiline and his party had determined to assassinate him. Their scheme was to put Cicero out of the way, make Catiline consul, and thus get complete control of the government into their hands. It was bold and outrageous, but they might have succeeded had not the plot been revealed to Cicero, who exposed it in an oration, and thus saved Rome and drove Catiline from the city. When the people became aware of the danger they had escaped, they saluted Cicero as the father and deliverer of his country. And when he walked home from the marketplace after witnessing the execution of Catiline's principal assistants, all the houses were illuminated in honor of him, and he was followed by a train of the most distinguished of the citizens. His authority at that time was very great, but he excited the envy of not a few because he was continually praising himself, and people grew tired of hearing him repeat again and again the benefit he had done his country in crushing Catiline. On the other hand, it must be admitted that, though he loved to sound his own praises, he did not envy others, and was always ready to give them whatever credit they deserved. This may be seen in his writings and in some of his sayings. For example, he called Aristotle a river of flowing gold. Of Plato's dialogues, he said, if Jupiter were to speak, it would be in language like theirs. When asked which of Demosthenes' orations he preferred, he answered the longest. When Caesar was in power, Cicero obtained from him the Roman citizenship for a learned Greek, whose instruction he advised many youths to seek, and he gave several other instances of how highly he esteemed the merits of the virtuous and the wise. These are some examples of his bright repartee. When Crassus was going to Syria, he wanted to leave Cicero his friend. Therefore, on meeting him one day, he told him that he would sup with him. Cicero accepted the offer politely. A few days after, Vatinius sent word that he wanted to make friends with him. What? Said Cicero. Does Vatinius too want to sup with me? This showed that he understood why Crassus wished to partake of his hospitality. A report was brought to Cicero of the death of Vatinius, and when he heard that it was false, he said, May the rascal that told the news perish, because it is not true. There was a man named Octavius who was suspected of having African blood in his veins. He said one day, when Cicero was pleading in court, that he could not hear him. That is strange, returned the orator, for you have holes in your ears. This was a mark of slavery among some nations, but the Africans wore earrings for ornament. There was a young man accused of having killed his father with poisoned cake. He was very insolent to Cicero, who cross-questioned him and offered angry threats. I had much rather have your threats than your cake, said Cicero. Publius Cestius had taken Cicero to defend him in an important case, but would not permit anyone to talk but himself. And when the judges were about to acquit him, Cicero called out, Make the best use of your time today, Cestius, for nobody will listen to you tomorrow. Marcus Appius said in the introduction to one of his pleadings that his client had desired him to try all that industry, eloquence, and fidelity in his cause could do. But when he finished, Cicero said, What a hard-hearted man you are not to do any one thing that your client asked of you. It need scarcely be said that Cicero excited a great deal of ill feeling by such cutting remarks, because they were often made merely for the sake of raising a laugh. Lucius Cato was censor when Cicero stood for the consulship. Cato was known to be a great lover of wine and often drank to excess. During the canvass, feeling thirsty, Cicero called for a cup of water. His friends stood close about him while he drank. That is right, he said, conceal me, for otherwise the censor may call me to account for drinking water. Cicero had some enemies, but the most powerful of them all was Clodius, a bold, bad man, descended from an illustrious Roman family. Clodius hated Cicero so much that he determined to ruin him, and with that object in view caused the old law to be renewed, which declared anyone guilty of treason who had a citizen put to death without trial. This was a blow aimed at Cicero, who had executed those engaged in the Catiline conspiracy. When Cicero was accused of this crime, he put on mourning and went around among the people humbly begging their grace. Nearly all the knights followed his example, and there were no fewer than 20,000 young men of the best families walking about Rome in mourning attire, with hair untrimmed, supplicating the people for Cicero. But Clodius, with his lawless band of ruffians, met them at every turn and pelted them with dirt and stones. At last matters came to such a pass that it was clear Cicero must either leave the country or fight. He applied to Pompey for assistance, but Pompey slipped out of the back door and avoided the interview. Cicero had often befriended him, therefore he dared not refuse. But as he was now Caesar's son-in-law, and as Caesar was no friend to Cicero just then, he preferred not to side with the orator. Cicero next applied to the consuls. One advised him to wait until Clodius fell into disfavor. The other treated him roughly, but his friends, one and all, advised him to go into exile. So one night he started by land, escorted by a party of friends, and traveled until he reached Brundusium, whence he set sail for Greece. No sooner did Clodius discover that he was gone than he pronounced a decree of exile against him, and then destroyed his farm, burned his villa and his city house, and on the site of the latter built a temple to Liberty. But in course of time Clodius made himself so obnoxious to the good citizens that Pompey went about among Cicero's friends, urging them to get him recalled to Rome, and the Senate declared that they would attend to no business whatever until that was done. Then Lentulus, the consul, used his efforts in Cicero's favor, and there was a bloody scene in the Forum in consequence. Milo, the tribune, summoned Clodius to trial for acts of violence, but the people, collected in a body, drove Clodius out of the Forum and gave a unanimous vote for the recall of the exiled Cicero. So, at the end of about 16 months from the time he had left, the orator returned to his native country, where he was received with every mark of honor. The Senate met him at the city gates, and his entry resembled a triumph. Not long after, Milo killed Clodius, and Cicero was called upon to defend him against the charge of murder. But Cicero was a timid man, and when he beheld the crowd that had gathered to hear him, he was seized with a fit of trembling that seriously affected his delivery. That speech was said to be the worst he ever made, and was probably the reason why Milo was condemned. 5 years after his return from exile, Cicero went to Cilicia as governor, and did such good service in driving the bandit tribes from the neighboring mountains that he was saluted by the soldiers with the title of imperator. When he went back to Rome, he would have asked for a triumph, but the civil war was just on the eve of breaking out, and everything was in commotion. He tried very hard to reconcile the two leaders, Pompey and Caesar, but failing to do that, showed himself miserably changeable and undecided, first favoring the one, then the other. Whither shall I turn, he says in his epistles. Pompey has the more honorable cause, but Caesar manages his affairs with the greater address, and is more able to save himself and his friends. In short, I know whom to avoid, but not whom to seek. He joined Pompey's camp in Greece after a time, but on account of ill health was not present at the battle of Pharsalia. At the battle, Pompey was defeated and had to fly. Then Cato desired Cicero to command part of the army, but he declined, and announced that he would take no further share in the war. Thereupon some of the young warriors drew their swords, called him traitor, and would certainly have dispatched him on the spot had it not been for Cato, who interposed and led him out of the camp. Cicero then went to Brundusium, but when he heard that Caesar was coming, he began to tremble, for he did not know how the mighty conqueror would receive him. However, his fears were allayed when Caesar appeared, for he saluted him as a friend, and then walked by his side and conversed with him. Soon Rome became a monarchy with Caesar as ruler, and Cicero withdrew from public affairs and devoted himself entirely to philosophy and literature. He spent the greater part of his time at his country house near Tusculum, where for recreation he would write poetry, sometimes producing as many as 500 verses in one night. He rarely went to town unless he wished to pay his respects to Caesar or to vote him some new honors. It was the assassination of Caesar which called him to public life again and made him hope for political influence. But Mark Antony took Caesar's place, and as he was no friend to Cicero, the orator could do nothing for the moment. It was then that he composed some admirable orations known by the name of Philippic, which are familiar to students of classical literature. However, his ambition revived when he found young Octavio Caesar disposed to be his friend, and with him he tried to bring about a war against Antony. But he was deceived, for as soon as Octavius had managed to obtain the consulship, he formed an alliance with Antony and Lepidus, who had been Caesar's friend, and Cicero's was one of the first names that appeared on the list of those they condemned to death. While these things were taking place, Cicero was at Tusculum, and as soon as he heard of them, he set out for a certain seaport, whence he hoped to set sail for Macedonia and join Brutus, who had formed an army there. He did embark and sailed some distance along the coast. He then changed his mind and traveled by land. At times he thought of killing himself, but after much uncertainty and various half-formed plans, he at last went to Capeti, where he owned a pleasant house near the seaside. As his vessel was rowed to shore, a flock of crows alighted on the sails, some cawing, others pecking at the ropes. This was considered a bad omen, but Cicero went to the house and lay down upon a lounge to rest. The crows followed, some settling on the window sill, while one or two hopped on the lounge and tugged at the covers. Cicero's servants were so impressed by these ill omens that they asked one another, "Shall we stay to be spectators of our master's murder? Shall we not protect him, so innocent and so great a sufferer as he is, when the brute creatures give him marks of their care?" So partly by persuasion, partly by force, they got him into a litter and carried him down towards the sea. The assassins who had been sent from Rome, headed by Popilius, a tribune whom Cicero had once defended against a charge of murder, soon arrived. They went to the house and burst open the door. Not finding the orator, they questioned a youth whom he had educated, and were told that he was in a litter then on its way to the sea. They ran in the direction pointed out, and when Cicero saw them approaching, he ordered his litter to be set down. The poor old man, now in his 64th year, looked straight at the murderers, and some of them were so struck by his misery that they covered their faces, while Herennius the centurion raised his sword and with one powerful stroke cut off his head. The hands which had written the Philippics against Antony were also cut off and carried to Rome. Antony was holding an assembly for the election of magistrates, and when he beheld the head and hands of Cicero, he said, "Now let there be an end of all executions." They were exposed together in a public place, and men wept when they beheld them, and thought of the pure, amiable character that had met so cruel and unjust a death. About 59 of this great man's orations have been preserved, though he wrote many more, which, with his other literary works, will give to those who care to study them a much better insight into the thoughts and feelings of Cicero than they can get in these pages. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in their public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 45, Caesar. In the lives of Marius and Sylla, mention has been made of Julius Caesar, but as he was one of the most renowned of the Romans, there is much more to tell about him. He was descended from the illustrious and noble Julian family, many of whose members distinguished themselves at different periods in Italy, but he was the most famous of them all. As a boy, he was considered remarkably intelligent, and he was always so eager to learn that he gave promise at an early age of future greatness. He was scarcely 20 years old when, after a season of disturbance in the government, Sylla became ruler of Rome, and he was forced to fly for his life. Sylla had reasons for disliking him, the principal of which was his relationship to Marius, who governed the opposite party, for Caesar and Marius were first cousins. So many people were put to death merely for not siding with Sylla that Caesar could not be ignorant of his own danger. So he left Rome and hid himself in a foreign country. After a time, Sylla's power grew weaker, and then Caesar returned and soon became very popular with his countrymen. As a proof of this, he was elected to the office of high priest when Metellus, who had held it, died, although two men of the highest reputation and great influence with the Senate were candidates at the same time. Not long after, Caesar was appointed to the government of certain provinces in Spain, but he had spent so much money in entertainments and public shows that he was in debt, and his creditors refused to let him go until he had settled with them. He would not have known how to help himself had it not been for Crassus, one of the wealthiest men in Rome, who pledged himself to pay all his debts, whereupon he was allowed to depart. When crossing the Alps, he passed some villages whose inhabitants looked poor and miserable, and one of his companions said, "I wonder if those people want offices, or feel envious enough towards the great to quarrel with them?" To which Caesar answered, "I assure you, I had rather be the first man among these fellows than the second man in Rome." One day, when reading the history of Alexander, he burst into tears. His friends were surprised and asked what ailed him. Have I not just cause to weep, he asked, when I consider that at my age Alexander had conquered many nations, while I have not a single exploit to boast of? But his ambition was soon gratified, for he conquered several tribes in Spain and made them subject to Rome. Besides, he settled many quarrels and established such excellent laws that the provinces he had won were made happier by his presence. He became rich himself, and divided so much booty among his soldiers that they saluted him as Imperator, the highest title ever bestowed upon a Roman. Then he returned home, and having paid off all his debts, desired to stand for the consulship. Rome was divided into two great parties at that period, one led by Pompey and the other by Crassus, but knowing that his chances would be less if opposed by either, Caesar brought about a reconciliation between the two leaders. The union thus formed between them and himself is known in history by the name of the First Triumvirate, and plunged the country into civil war. Caesar walked to the place of election between Pompey and Crassus, and was declared consul with Bibulus for his colleague. The first thing he did after entering upon his new office was to make certain laws about the division of property and of grain, which so pleased the poorer classes that he became more popular than ever. Bibulus was consul in name only, for he could do nothing against so powerful a person as Caesar. Therefore, finding that he was in danger of being murdered when he offered any opposition, he shut himself up in his house until his consulship expired. At that time Pompey filled the forum with armed men, and thus got the laws passed which Caesar had proposed, merely to gain favor with the populace. In the same manner he secured for Caesar the government of Gaul and Illyricum for 5 years, with an army of 4 legions. During his consulship, Caesar was guilty of one disgraceful deed, and that was getting such a depraved creature as Clodius elected tribune. His motive was to ruin Cicero, for it was through the influence of the bold, bad Clodius that the orator was banished. But this was before the wars of Gaul. We have now to follow Caesar in a different course, and to show that after he went to Gaul he was equal as a warrior and general to the greatest the world had ever produced, and superior to many. In less than 10 years he took by storm 800 cities, conquered 300 nations, and fought with 3 millions of men, 1 million of whom he killed, and another million he made prisoners. So great was his influence over his soldiers that those who had been in no way remarkable before became heroes under his command, enduring the most dreadful sufferings and dangers that they might receive their reward from his hands. And he did reward them most liberally, storing up all the riches he got in the wars for that purpose alone, and never keeping more than his share for himself. Besides, he set them an example of courage and endurance by always exposing himself to danger, and indulging in no comforts that they had not. This was the more remarkable because he was a small man, his constitution was delicate, and he was subject to violent headaches and epileptic fits. He tried to strengthen himself by long marches and simple diet, and did in that way keep off many an attack. He usually slept while on a march in a chariot or litter, so that no time might be lost, and he traveled so fast as to excite surprise. He had been such a good rider from childhood that he usually sat with his hands joined together behind his back, while his horse went at full speed. During his wars in Gaul, he dictated letters to several people at once while riding, and it is said that he was the first person who sent letters to his friends who were in the same city with him when business was urgent. This was done to save the time that a personal interview would have required. Caesar won 2 victories in Spain, then left his army in their winter quarters and went to the river Po, anxious to find out what was going on in Rome. While he was there, numbers of Romans paid their respects to him, and to each he gave a handsome present or some promise for the future. Thus the number of his friends constantly increased. Suddenly he was summoned to join his army, and at their head won 2 such glorious victories over the Belgae and the Nervii that the Senate of Rome ordered sacrifices to be offered and all sorts of festivities to be kept up for 15 days in honor of them. After settling the affairs of Gaul, Caesar went back again to Lucca near the river Po for the winter, and did a great deal of mischief while there in this way. He had so much money that he could control the elections by bribery, so anybody whom he wanted in office he supplied with funds to buy votes, and of course in that way his power became greater and greater all the time. Among the distinguished persons who went to visit him at Lucca were Pompey, Crassus, Appius, the governor of Sardinia, and Nepos, proconsul of Spain. At one time there were assembled 120 lictors with their masters and more than 200 senators. All these met in council with Caesar at their head, and fixed upon this plan. Pompey and Crassus were to be consuls again for another year, and Caesar was to have a fresh supply of money and continue in command of the army for 5 years longer. It seems absurd for the Senate to have voted Caesar more money when he already had so much, and the honest men of Rome shook their heads and sighed. But what could they do? If Cato had been present, he would have spoken out boldly against such a decree, but he had been sent on an expedition to Cyprus on purpose to get him out of the way, and Favonius, who attempted to speak, was silenced because some of the people feared Pompey and Crassus, and others hoped so much from Caesar that they were ready to grant him almost anything he might have demanded. On his return to his army in Gaul, Caesar found another furious war on his hands, for 2 of the most powerful German tribes had crossed the Rhine to fight him. He killed 400,000 of them, and then pursued those that fled because he wanted to have the honor of being the first Roman who ever crossed the Rhine with an army. So in the short space of 10 days he built a bridge that was a wonder to all who beheld it, and having crossed over with his army, drove 2 of the most warlike of the German nations to the woods where they concealed themselves. Then he laid the country waste, sparing only those parts where the people declared themselves friendly to Rome, and at the end of 18 days went back to Gaul. His expedition to Britain was the most remarkable of all, and showed a great spirit of daring, for no other fleet had sailed into the Atlantic to make war, and it was not positively known that such an island as Britain really existed. Some writers had represented that there was in the north an immense territory, while others had stated that no such land existed at all. Therefore Caesar may be said to have extended the Roman Empire beyond the known world, for he went to Britain twice, and fought several battles, doing much damage to the inhabitants, but finding little to take, for they were too miserably poor and wretched. However, he received several hostages from the king, imposed a tribute on the island, and then went back to Gaul. Sad news awaited him there, for his daughter Julia, who was Pompey's wife, had just died, and the great conqueror was much afflicted when he heard of it. As winter came on, Caesar went again to Italy, but he was soon recalled by a general uprising of the whole of Gaul, and although the season was a most severe one and the rivers were all frozen up, he performed some of the most wonderful feats that ever were known, appearing now here, now there, with such rapidity that the enemy never knew exactly where or when to expect him. At last the Gauls became convinced that Caesar's troops could neither be conquered nor resisted, so they laid down their arms, and their principal general, approaching Caesar as he sat on his throne, threw off his armor, and placing himself at his feet, remained in silence until led away by the guard, who were ordered to keep him in safety to appear at the triumph. By this time Crassus was dead, and the government of Rome had become so corrupt that tables were publicly spread out, where candidates for office sat to pay the people for their votes, and there was often much bloodshed in the forum before an election could be decided. Many declared openly that they preferred a monarchy to such scenes, and hinted at Pompey as the person they preferred for their ruler. But Pompey pretended that he did not wish to become dictator, though he was all the while working for that position. Cato understood him, and to prevent his taking any violent steps, persuaded the Senate to declare him sole consul. This was done, and he continued at the same time to govern Spain and Africa, where he had stationed his armies. This arrangement did not suit Caesar or his friends, all of whom were jealous of the favor shown to Pompey. So Caesar paid the debts of one tribune, sent money to another to build a public hall, and was so generous to many of the prominent men that his party increased wonderfully. This alarmed Pompey, who proposed that a successor be appointed to Caesar in Gaul, and at the same time demanded the troops he had lent him. They were immediately returned, each man receiving a handsome sum of money from Caesar as he bade him farewell. The messengers who had been sent for these troops were so anxious to flatter Pompey that they told him he had nothing to fear from the army in Gaul, that they all preferred him to Caesar and would declare for him as soon as they entered Italy. This deceived Pompey so that he did not deem it necessary to levy troops, and when Caesar sent to demand a longer term as commander, he was refused. He then made this proposition, that both he and Pompey should lay down their arms and become private citizens, thus leaving it to their country to decide what reward for his services each should receive. This seemed so fair that Curio, who made the demand in Caesar's name, was loudly applauded, and wreaths of flowers were showered at him. Scipio, Pompey's father-in-law, rose and proposed that if Caesar did not lay down his arms within a certain time, he should be declared an enemy to his country. Then a vote was taken to decide whether Pompey or Caesar should disband his soldiers, and almost all the people were in favor of having the latter do so. But some of the senators became excited and talked angrily, while all were so grieved at the turn of affairs that they left the forum and put on mourning. Matters were not improved, and by no means settled, for when somewhat later Caesar sent another proposition, such a violent uproar was the consequence that Antony and Curio, who spoke for him, were driven out of the Senate house with insults and forced to make their escape from Rome in a hired carriage disguised as slaves. Caesar wanted no better excuse for his future actions, for Antony and Curio were men of high standing, and it was easy to arouse the indignation of the soldiers by showing them how impossible it had become for anyone who favored him to raise his voice in Rome with safety. So he ordered an attack on Ariminum, a large city of Gaul, and sent troops under command of Hortensius with orders to take it with as little disturbance and bloodshed as possible. He followed with the rest of his army and marched straight to the river Rubicon, which divided Gaul from the rest of Italy. But there he hesitated and began to weigh the difficulties and the daring of his enterprise. Many a man would have been daunted, not so Caesar. His courage rose with the occasion, and he cried out, "The die is cast," as he proceeded to cross the river. He traveled so fast that Ariminum was taken that very day. And as he advanced, not only individuals, but the population of whole cities fled before him in terror and crowded into Rome. Pompey was amazed when he heard that Caesar was coming with his army, and as the news spread from house to house, it struck terror to every heart, causing the wildest confusion throughout the city. Pompey had boasted in the Senate that if he but stamped his foot, all Italy would arm in defense of her territory. "Stamp your foot now," said Favonius tauntingly. Although Pompey had as many soldiers then as Caesar had, his friends were so alarmed at the reports constantly circulated that they forced him along with the general current. He issued a decree that from such a state of tumult nothing was to be expected but war, and after ordering the Senate and every man who preferred his country and liberty to the rod of a tyrant to follow him, left Rome. The consuls and most of the senators did likewise, but when they heard how kindly Caesar treated those he had conquered, many of them returned. The account of how Caesar pursued Pompey, who fled from place to place and then went out to sea, is given in Pompey's Life, so it need not be repeated here. Within 60 days from the time he entered Italy, Caesar had made himself master of the country, and then he went to Rome, where, to his surprise, quiet had been restored. He helped himself to what public money he wanted, though Metellus, the tribune, did his best to prevent it, and set out at once for Spain for the purpose of making himself master of Pompey's army there. Though often in great danger of defeat, he succeeded at last, and none of the soldiers escaped except the generals who fled to Pompey. On his return to Rome, he was created dictator, but within 11 days he resigned, declared himself consul, and was off to the wars again. He marched so fast that part of his army was left behind. while in the very depth of winter he put to sea and took 2 important towns of Greece, and then sent his ships back for the rest of the troops. But they were getting tired of so much fighting and marching, and many of the men were growing old and longed for peace and repose. So they exclaimed, "Whither will this man lead us again? Will he never let us be quiet? He carries us from place to place as if we had limbs of stone and bodies of iron. But even iron yields at last to repeated blows, and our very shields and breastplates cry out for rest. Our wounds, if nothing else, should make him see that we are but mortal men, subject to the same pains as other human beings. The gods themselves cannot force the seasons or clear the winter seas of storms, and yet he pushes forward as though he were flying from an enemy rather than pursuing one." Thus they complained, but still they followed their general, for they would have considered themselves traitors had they done otherwise, and he led them against Pompey. A great battle was fought, and Caesar lost so many men that when he retired from the field at night, he said, "The victory today would have been of the enemy's side if they had had a general who knew how to conquer." Caesar was almost as miserable as though he had been defeated, for he knew that he had not conducted the war properly, and spent the whole night lamenting the mistakes he had made. He asked himself again and again why he had settled down to fight with Pompey in a barren country, where it was impossible to get food enough for his army, when he might have marched into a fertile one and taken possession of some of the wealthiest cities in the world. In the morning he raised his camp and marched towards Macedonia, where Scipio was stationed, and Pompey's men, thinking that he was running away because he was beaten, wanted to follow him. But Pompey was too prudent to risk so much. He preferred to tire out Caesar's men by following at a safe distance and laying a siege whenever a good and safe opportunity offered. He would have been wise had he stuck to this decision, but he allowed himself to be influenced by his officers, and so marched forward until he joined Scipio, and the 2 armies combined were so numerous that even Caesar was dismayed when he beheld them drawn up in line of battle on the plain of Pharsalia. It was Pompey then who made the attack, and the battle fought on that day was one of the most desperate ever seen. Caesar, the head of the 10th Legion, broke into the enemy's ranks and drove all before him. When Pompey saw his cavalry flying, he was beside himself, for he knew that all was lost. Retiring to his tent, he sat down without speaking a word and buried his face in his hands. When the enemy engaged with his men just on the fortifications around the camp, he seemed to become suddenly alive to his position, and starting up, exclaimed, "What, into my very camp?" He then disguised himself in old clothes and stole away. His journey to Egypt and his death there are related in his life. Most of the infantry that were taken prisoners were joined to Caesar's legions, and many distinguished persons were pardoned. Among these was Brutus, of whom more will be said hereafter. To the Thessalians Caesar granted liberty for the sake of the victory he had won on their soil, before going in pursuit of Pompey. Pompey had been assassinated before Caesar reached Alexandria, and when his head was brought to him, he turned away in disgust. Ptolemy, the king of Egypt, handed over to Caesar all the soldiers he found wandering about his country who had fought under Pompey, and they not only received favors, but were taken into the service of Caesar, who wrote to his friends in Rome, "The greatest pleasure I have from my victory is the being able to save so many of my fellow citizens, even though they have borne arms against me." The king of Egypt had a sister named Cleopatra, with whom he was not at all friendly, and indeed had banished her from his country. When she heard that such a great warrior as Caesar had come to Alexandria, she had herself carried to his palace, rolled up like a bale of goods, and so interested him in her behalf that he induced her brother to let her share the government with him. Later, during the war with Caesar fought in Egypt, the king was killed, and Cleopatra became queen. The great general next went over to Asia, where Pharnaces, the son of Mithridates the Great, was engaged in a war. He totally defeated his army and finished up the war so quickly that when he wrote an account of it to his friends in Rome, he put it in 3 well-known Latin words, Veni, Vidi, Vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. By the end of the year, Caesar was back in Rome, where he had been appointed dictator for another year, consul for 5 years, and tribune for life, so his authority was almost without limit. After the battle in Thessaly, the friends of the Roman Republic had gathered in Africa under Cato and Scipio, so Caesar could not rest until he had made a campaign in that country. After several battles, he at last gained a complete victory and returned to Rome, where he had one of the most magnificent triumphs that ever was seen. When it was over, he gave splendid presents to the soldiers and feasts to the citizens, whom he entertained at 22,000 tables. The last of Caesar's wars was fought in Spain against the sons of Pompey. They were young, but they had collected such a numerous army and fought with so much skill and courage that Caesar was in great danger. He was victorious at last, however, and when the battle was over, he said to his friends, "I have often fought for a victory, but this is the first time I ever fought for my life." Then, although the Romans were displeased because Caesar boasted of having destroyed the children and family of Pompey, one of the greatest of their statesmen, they were so tired of war that they made him dictator for life, hoping that the government of a single person would bring them peace. He was called the father of his country, and flattery poured in upon him from all sides, for even his enemies paid him compliments now, when his conduct was all that even they could desire. For he not only pardoned those that had fought against him in the field, but on some of them he bestowed honors. Among these were the two praetors, Brutus and Crassus. When his friends proposed that he should have a bodyguard, he refused, saying that he would try to gain the affection of the people, which would be the best and surest guard he could possibly have. So he did everything to please them, and in order to gain favor with the army, he sent colonies to people and rebuild Carthage, Corinth, and other places that he had destroyed. But Caesar was not a man who could sit still and enjoy the fruit of his great exploits. He was constantly making plans, which, if he had carried them out, would have brought almost the whole of Europe under Roman rule. All human designs, even though they may be excellent, as some of Caesar's certainly were, are limited. But fortunately, one of the best was carried into effect after Caesar got through with his wars, and that was the correcting of the calendar. He called in the best philosophers and mathematicians of his time, and they formed such an exact calendar that it is in use to this day in Rome. Now we come to the closing scene in Caesar's life, for he enjoyed the lofty position for which he had fought so hard little more than a year. Various causes hurried on his end. He had offended the Senate by receiving certain honors they conferred on him without rising from his seat, as he ought to have done. Then he had given offense by showing favor to people who were not worthy, merely for his own gratification. On one occasion, Mark Antony offered him a crown. He refused it, and the next morning his statues were crowned. The tribunes imprisoned the people who had done this, but Caesar turned them out of office for it. This proved that he was really anxious to be called king, though he had pretended that such was not the case. So he became unpopular, and a conspiracy, in which Cassius and Brutus played the chief part, was formed against his life. His superstition was aroused because of several bad omens. Among these was the absence of his victim's heart when he was sacrificing, strange lights in the heavens, noises in the night, and wild birds that perched on the forum. A soothsayer bade him prepare for great danger on the Ides of March. That day, when on his way to the Senate, he met the soothsayer, and with a light laugh said, "The Ides of March are come." Yes, they are come, was the answer, but they are not gone. Calpurnia, Caesar's wife, who was by no means a weak-minded woman, had a horrible dream on the night before her husband was murdered, and begged him with tears in her eyes not to go to the Senate house. Finding that he was inclined to neglect her warning, she urged him to consult his fate by sacrifices. He did so, and as the priests pronounced all the signs bad, he resolved to send Antony to dismiss the Senate. But one of the conspirators ridiculed him for listening to a woman's fears, and urged him to go to the Senate because the business to be transacted that day was of the utmost importance. So Caesar felt ashamed of the weakness he had shown, and yielded. When he entered, the Senate rose to do him honor, and as he took his seat, the conspirators gathered close about his chair. Cimber offered a petition, which Caesar seemed unwilling to grant, and while he was speaking, Cimber seized his robe and pulled it from his shoulder. This was the signal for attack. Cascus struck the first blow at the neck of Caesar, and all the other conspirators rushed on him, so eager to share in his death that they actually wounded one another. He fought at first, but when he beheld Junius Brutus among his enemies, he was so grieved that he drew his cloak about him, and having covered his face, fell without a struggle. He received 23 wounds, and his blood bathed Pompey's statue, at the foot of which he breathed his last. Brutus turned to the Senate and tried to explain the reason for the dreadful deed, but they were so dismayed that they fled, and the wildest confusion prevailed throughout the city when Caesar's death was made known. Brutus, Cassius, and all who were suspected of having taken part in the murder were obliged to hide themselves or leave Rome, and their houses were burned to the ground. An account of the sufferings and death of Brutus will be found in his life. Caesar lived only 4 years after Pompey and was 56 at the time of his death. It is said that for 7 nights after that event a comet was visible in the skies and was looked upon as a sign that the soul of Caesar was received among the gods. Caesar was, besides a great general, one of the most intellectual men of ancient times, and his writings, which have many remarkable features, have been admired by students even up to the present day. His name became a title of honor for the Roman emperors, of whom there are 12 that bore it mentioned in history. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 46. Cato the Younger. Cato belonged to a very distinguished family in Rome, the first member who made himself famous being his great-grandfather Cato the Censor, whose life we have given. Cato the Younger was left an orphan at a very early age, and his uncle Livius Drusus took care of him as well as of his brother Scipio and his sister Portia. He was not quick or particularly bright as a child, but he never forgot what he learned, probably because it gave him so much trouble to study his lessons. He was remarkable for excellent judgment and firmness, quite rare in so young a person, and he was fortunate in having Sarpedon for his instructor, for he was a well-bred, agreeable man who preferred to govern by reason and kindness rather than harsh treatment. Cato was so popular among the Roman boys that when Sylla gave the exhibition known as Troy, which was a tournament among the sons of noblemen, they accepted his son for captain of one side, but for the other captain they would have nobody but Cato, though several others were proposed. Sylla, who had been a friend to the father of Cato, often sent for the 2 sons to visit him, and would talk familiarly to them, though he seldom did so to others. Sarpedon always accompanied the boys to Sylla's house, and liked to take them there, because he thought it would be to their advantage to gain favor with so prominent a person. When Cato was about 14 years of age, affairs at Rome were so disturbed that the house of Sylla, who was dictator, looked more like a place of execution than anything else, so many people being daily tortured and put to death there. Seeing the heads of several illustrious persons carried out, one time young Cato asked his teacher, "Why does not somebody kill this dictator?" "Because they fear him more than they hate him," was the answer. "Why then do you not give me a sword," asked the boy, "that I may kill him and deliver my country from slavery?" Sarpedon was so struck by his pupil's stern, angry countenance as he uttered this speech that he watched him very closely after that, lest he should be guilty of some rash act. He was asked one day whom he loved most. "My brother," he replied. "Whom do you love next?" was asked. "My brother," said Cato. "Whom do you love third?" Again Cato answered, "My brother," and so he would have repeated had he been questioned 100 times more, for he loved nobody in the world as he did Scipio, and the affection increased with years. When Cato became a man, he was made a priest of Apollo, and then he took his share of his father's estate and went to live in a house of his own. He had plenty of money, but he chose to live in the simplest possible manner and to devote himself to study. He took the most violent exercise to strengthen his body and went bareheaded in all sorts of weather. His journeys were made on foot, even though his companions rode on horseback, because he preferred to accustom himself to hardships. He first distinguished himself in the Servile War, which took its name from the slave Spartacus, who was the ringleader, and Gellius, who was praetor, wanted to reward him, but he refused, saying, "I have done nothing that deserves such notice." He was then appointed military tribune to Macedonia, and when he reached the army, the general gave him the command of only 1 legion. He at once set to work to discipline his soldiers, and succeeded so well that they became a terror to their enemies. They were devoted to Cato, who never commanded them to do anything without first doing it himself, and were never so happy as when he praised them. While he was in Macedonia, he received news that his brother was ill at Enos in Thrace. The sea was very rough, and no large vessel was at hand, but Scipio needed him, and he was determined to go to him at all hazard. So, with 2 friends and 3 servants, he sailed in a little trading boat. He narrowly escaped drowning, and arrived at Enos to find that he had risked his life for nothing, for Scipio was dead. This was a dreadful blow to Cato, who gave way to such compassionate grief that those who had witnessed his fortitude on other occasions were astonished. He wept, he groaned, he embraced the dead body again and again, and refused to be comforted. Although so simple in his tastes, Cato spent vast sums of money on his brother's funeral, and erected a marble monument to his memory at Enos that cost no less than 8 talents. He then returned to the army, and when his time of service ended, the soldiers embraced him and parted from him with tears, spreading their garments at his feet and kissing his hands as he passed along, an honor that had seldom been paid to any Roman commander. Before going home, he made a visit to Asia to study the customs of the people. The following was his manner of traveling. Early in the morning, his baker and cook would go forward to the place where he intended to pass the night. If they found no friend or acquaintance of their master, they would take lodgings and prepare his supper at an inn, without giving trouble to anyone. If there happened to be no inn, they would ask the magistrates for lodgings, but they traveled with so little display that people often refused to believe they were Cato's men, and he would arrive to find no supper ready. Indeed, when he appeared, it was no better, for he seemed an ordinary person to whom it was not necessary to pay attention. Sometimes he would take the magistrates to task and say, "Foolish people, why do you not learn to be more hospitable? All your visitors will not be Cato's, so do not by your ill manners give them an excuse for taking from you by force what you give so unwillingly." He met with a humorous adventure at Antioch. On his arrival there, a crowd stood at the gates, the young men being ranged in a row on one side, and the boys in their best clothes on the other, while the priests and magistrates stood in white robes with garlands on their heads. At first Cato was displeased, because he thought his servants had announced his coming. However, the people had evidently gathered to do him honor, so he desired his friends to alight and walked with them towards the city gates. When they were near enough to be spoken to, an elderly man, with a staff and crown in his hand, advanced, saluted Cato, and asked, "How far behind is Demetrius, and when may we expect him?" Demetrius was Pompey's favorite, and just at that period Pompey was at the height of his glory. Then Cato knew that the honors were not meant for him, and his friends laughed heartily at his mistake. But as he passed through the crowd, he said with a sigh, "Alas, poor city!" Some time later, the people of Antioch were ashamed of the way they had treated Cato. It was when Pompey insisted on showing that he regarded him as a more honorable person than himself, and praised him for the very simplicity that had made them neglect him. Pompey did not love Cato, and did not desire to share his power with him, but he could not help admiring and esteeming him. After Pompey showed such respect for Cato, every city through which he passed did the same, and he was feasted on all sides. On his return to Rome, he was made quaestor or public treasurer, but he would not enter upon the office until he had studied its duties, and when he knew them, he brought every one to account who had misused the public money, and turned out every servant who did not do his work faithfully and honestly. At first many complained, but they soon found that, although they were not so heavily taxed as before, the state had never been so rich, so they were satisfied, and as time went on, there was no man in Rome whom the people trusted as they did Cato. He had often refused to be tribune because he did not desire that office, but when the time came that Rome was in danger, he worked hard to get it, in order that he might defend her liberty and her government. for the office of tribune gave great control, and a man holding it could, with his single vote, decide a point one way or another. Cato was not remarkable as an orator, but at the time of Catiline's conspiracy he proved that he could speak with force when occasion called for it. Catiline had formed a plot to destroy Rome by open warfare, but Cicero exposed him, and he was forced to fly. The others who were connected with Catiline called him a coward, and resolved to set the town on fire, overthrow the empire, and cause other nations to make war on Rome. Cicero did not rest until he had found out every conspirator, and then laid the matter before the Senate. Caesar, who was an excellent speaker, and for reasons of his own not averse to political changes, made such an eloquent appeal in behalf of the conspirators, claiming for them a fair trial as citizens of Rome, that the senators were almost convinced of the justice of their cause. It was on that occasion that Cato made the only speech that has been preserved to the present day. He asked Caesar and others who were inclined to mildness how they dared advise a trial of traitors who were on the point of ruining the commonwealth. He charged Caesar with being guilty himself, otherwise he would not attempt to rescue from justice the unnatural wretches who had sought to ruin their country. So earnest and eloquent was Cato that he carried his point, and all the prisoners were condemned to death on the spot. Not long after this, Cato won the highest reputation by his opposition to the first triumvirate, or the bond made by Caesar between Pompey and Crassus, by which they hoped to get complete control of the state. Cato fought hard at this period, and his life was in danger when Metellus the tribune filled the forum with armed men in order that he might carry his law favoring Pompey. After the trouble subsided and Metellus had departed for Asia, the Romans saw the danger they had escaped and blessed Cato as their preserver. When Pompey returned, he tried to be friendly with Cato because he thought that thereby his power would be increased. But Cato would not agree to any measures that did not seem of benefit to his country. Then Pompey turned to Caesar, and these two powerful Romans worked together so successfully that Cato lost influence with the people. So when Caesar proposed certain laws about the division of grain and lands, everybody took an oath to observe them, except Cato, who did not think them wise or just. But it was ordained by the Senate that any man who should attempt to alter the laws or refuse to take the oath should be severely punished. Cato's wife, children, and all his friends begged him to yield, but it was Cicero who forced him to do so by using the argument that was sure to have effect, the safety of his country. For, said he, though Cato have no need of Rome, yet Rome has need of Cato, and so likewise have all his friends. Then Caesar was appointed to the government of Illyricum and all Gaul for 5 years, though Cato opposed it, saying, "You are placing a tyrant in your fortress." But for the time being he had lost his influence with the people, and Clodius, a very bad man, was declared tribune, while Piso, Caesar's father-in-law, and Gabinius, one of Pompey's creatures, became consuls. Still, the men in power feared Cato, for they knew how much it had cost them to get the upper hand over him. Besides, he was a friend to Cicero, whom Clodius hated. So it was decided to get him out of the way, and thus silence Cicero's eloquence. He was therefore appointed to the government of Cyprus. He went there against his will, but fulfilled his office with so much ability and success that on his return to Rome, he placed nearly 7,000 talents of silver in the treasury. That was an enormous sum of money, being equal to about $8 millions. The news of his success had reached Rome from time to time, and both banks of the Tiber were crowded with people who were anxious to do him honor when he went back home. The magistrates, the priests, and the whole Senate were there too, but Cato rode up the stream in a royal galley, never stopping until he reached the dock. When the money he had brought was carried through the streets, everybody gazed at it in astonishment, and when the Senate assembled, they praised him and voted him the right of appearing at the public shows in a purple-bordered gown and an extraordinary praetorship. This last was a great honor, because Cato was but 38 years of age, and no man could be praetor until he was 40. All these honors were declined. Not long after this, Pompey and Crassus, by agreement with Caesar, who had crossed the Alps to confer with them, had themselves declared consuls. Cato felt sure that with such men at the head of the government, Rome was in danger. So he resolved to stand for praetor, or public treasurer, knowing that he could do much in that office to diminish their power. Pompey and Crassus were aware of that also, and assembled the Senate unexpectedly, giving notice only to a few of the senators. They then declared that those who were chosen praetors should at once enter upon their office without waiting, as was the custom, to see whether they should be accused by the people of having accepted bribes. In spite of this and other precautions, Cato was elected. Thereupon Pompey cried out, "It thunders!" Thunder was considered a bad omen among the Romans, so the assembly broke up at once, though nobody else had heard the sound. Afterwards, by means of bribery, Vatinius was elected praetor in place of Cato, but those who had been paid to vote for him ran away and hid themselves, while Cato, who had made a speech warning the people against Pompey and Crassus, was followed to his home by an immense crowd who cheered him as he walked along. Disturbances continued during the year, and corrupt practices in the elections grew to such an extent that when at last Cato became praetor again, he moved that a law be passed in the Senate compelling every man who obtained an office to declare upon oath how he had managed it. This was unpopular, because no one would dare to offer bribes if he had to confess them, and if he did not get votes in that way, there was little chance of gaining the election. So one morning when Cato was going to the tribunal, a crowd of unruly people ran after him, calling names and throwing stones, so that it was with difficulty he made his escape unhurt. He succeeded in putting a stop to the bribery in this way. A certain sum of money was collected, and it was agreed that the candidates for office should use it in canvassing for votes. But if any man were found guilty of having offered a bribe, all the votes he brought in were to be destroyed. To see that it was fairly conducted, Cato was chosen to stand by the tribune who received the votes and examine into every proceeding connected with the election. He did it honestly, but it made him unpopular with the chief men of Rome, who looked upon him as a sort of spy upon their actions. Pompey was one of these, and he did not hesitate to make some very harsh and insulting remarks about Cato. Yet when affairs in Rome had gone from bad to worse, and the Senate moved to create Pompey sole consul, hoping thus to reestablish a lawful government, Cato voted for him. When Pompey heard of it, he sent for Cato, thanked and embraced him warmly, and begged his assistance in the management of his difficult office. Cato answered, "Nothing that I have ever said was spoken out of hate to you, Pompey, nor is what I do now out of love for you. All is for the good of the commonwealth. If you ask my advice in private, I will give it freely, but in public, whether you ask or not, I will speak my opinion openly." And so he did, always. Meanwhile, Caesar, though in Gaul, was gradually but steadily and surely increasing his power in Rome. Cato warned Pompey more than once, but so great was the latter's confidence in the friendship of the conqueror that he paid no attention to the warnings. As it was Cato's habit to speak his mind freely, he openly found fault with Caesar's actions in Gaul, whereupon that general sent a letter to the Senate full of charges against Cato. Cato laughed at them and made each appear absurd as it was read aloud, and at last exclaimed, "It is not the sons of the Britons or the Gauls that we have to fear, but Caesar himself, if we are wise." This made such an impression on the Senate that it was at once decided to send someone to replace Caesar. Then his friends demanded that if that were done, Pompey should lay down his arms and give up his provinces too. "What I have foretold has come to pass," exclaimed Cato, but he could not do much, for Caesar was so exceedingly popular with the people that, though the Senate saw the justice of Cato's remarks, they were afraid to oppose the general. But when news came that the latter had seized Ariminum and was marching on Rome, then everybody turned to Cato in despair. "It is too late," he exclaimed. If you had believed me or listened to my advice, you would not now be standing in fear of one man, or obliged to put all your hopes in one only. Pompey said, "It is indeed true that Cato has spoken like a prophet, while I have acted too much like a friend." Cato advised the Senate to put everything in the hands of Pompey, saying, "Those who can raise up great evils know best how to cure them." But Pompey did not feel that his forces were numerous or strong enough to oppose Caesar, so he left the city. Cato followed Pompey into exile, but from that time to the end of his life he was so sad and dejected on account of the misfortunes that had befallen his country that he never cut his hair, shaved his beard, or wore a garland. His advice to Pompey was of great value, and he got much honor for himself on account of his humanity. For not only did he postpone battles as long as possible, but he persuaded Pompey to ordain that no city subject to Rome should be destroyed, and that no Roman should be killed except in battle. In Pompey's life will be found an account of his engagements with Caesar, also of his death in Egypt. Afterwards his men declared that nobody should lead them but Cato, and he consented to do so. But it was necessary to increase his strength, and for that purpose Cato resolved to join his forces with those of Scipio, Pompey's father-in-law, who had made friends with Juba, the king of Mauritania. So Cato set out across a desert country in the depth of winter, determined to lose no time. He had a great number of asses in his train to carry water and food, also many horses and carriages. Still the troops suffered much during their 7 days' march. Cato set them an example of endurance which they would have been ashamed not to follow. He was always foremost and never made use of a horse or chariot during the entire journey. At last he reached Utica with his 10,000 men and joined Scipio. Then Scipio, who held a higher office in Rome than Cato did, was on that account appointed commander-in-chief. He was inclined to kill all the people of Utica and burn the city, but Cato opposed it so strongly that he succeeded in preventing the cruel deed. Then the inhabitants requested him to take the command of the town and protect them against Caesar, to which Scipio agreed. Utica was a very important city in Africa, so Cato set to work to fill it with supplies, repair its walls, and fortify it with ditches and ramparts. He also armed the young men and posted them in trenches, while the rest of the inhabitants were kept close within the walls. Meanwhile Scipio marched against Caesar and gave him battle at Thaspis. A terrible defeat was the result and opened the way for the great conqueror to march on into Africa. When the news of this defeat reached Utica, the people were almost distracted. So was Cato, but he appeared calm and made a speech so full of hope and determination that confidence was restored, and the belief grew strong that it was not possible for even Caesar to conquer such a man as Cato. A large body of cavalry had escaped from Scipio's army and soon arrived at Utica. Cato desired to make use of them for the defense of the city, but they refused to act unless he would drive out or destroy all the people, saying they have Carthaginian blood in their veins and will certainly prove traitors. Cato would not listen to so cruel a proposal, and so the cavalry rode off. But he followed, and with tears in his eyes, entreated them to return, if only for one day, so that those who desired to leave Utica might get off safely. They consented and were placed at the gates and in the fortress. Then the council of Utica sent for Cato, and after thanking him for treating them in the upright manner he had done, told him that they had resolved to send messengers to Caesar to ask him to have mercy on Cato and on them. Should he refuse, they added, we will fight for Cato as long as we have breath. After thanking them, Cato said, I advise you to send without delay to intercede for yourselves, but for me intercede not. It is for the conquered to ask for mercy, and for those who have done an injury to beg pardon. For my part, I have never been conquered, and have had victory over Caesar in all points of justice and honesty. It is Caesar who ought to be looked upon as the defeated man, for he now shows himself guilty of the designs against his country, which he has constantly denied. As he walked away, he was informed that Caesar was coming. Ah, he said, he expects to find us brave men. Scipio was all this time at anchor under a promontory near Utica, and Cato now provided ships for all those Romans who desired to join him, even persuading many who were loath to leave him to go. He saw them all embark and then turned away without a word. That evening he supped with a large party of Uticans, and afterwards took his usual evening walk with his friends. When he went to his room, he read Plato's book on the immortality of the soul, but he had not been thus occupied very long before he looked up and asked a servant who had taken away his sword. He received no reply and went on reading, but presently he asked the same question again in a louder tone, and became so angry at getting a vague answer that he struck the servant and demanded the weapon. Thereupon his son, who, having observed something strange in Cato's manner, had cautiously removed the sword, entered with some friends. Cato looked at them fiercely and said, "Am I deranged, that I must be disarmed and hindered from using my own reason? And you, young men, why do you not bind your father's hands behind him, that when Caesar comes he may find him unable to defend himself? I need no sword to dispatch myself, for if I but hold my breath for a while, or strike my head against the wall, it will do as well." His son then left the room weeping. To two of the friends who remained, Cato spoke thus: "Do you also think to keep a man of my age alive by force, and to sit here and watch me? Or have you any arguments to prove that it is no dishonor for Cato to beg mercy of his enemy? If so, speak, and let me unlearn what I have been taught, and by Caesar's help grow wiser. Not that I have determined upon anything regarding myself, but I would have it in my power to do that which I think fit to decide upon. Meanwhile, do not trouble yourselves about me, but go and tell my son that he cannot compel his father to what he fails to persuade him to." So they retired, and the sword was sent in by a little boy. "Now I am master of myself," said Cato as he received it, and carefully examined the blade. He then returned to his book, and after reading for a while fell asleep. Towards morning a noise was heard in his room. His son rushed in with some friends and found Cato on the floor in a pool of blood. He had stabbed himself in the breast and had fallen from the bed, throwing over a little table as he did so. He was not dead, and an attempt was made to bind up the wound, but he no sooner recovered consciousness than he tore it open and instantly expired. In less time than one might believe it possible, the people of Utica had crowded about the dead man's door, calling him their benefactor, their savior, the only free and unconquered man. Caesar was approaching, but neither fear of him nor their own party troubles could prevent their turning out in a body to do honor to Cato. They adorned his body, made him a magnificent funeral, and, after turning out in procession, buried him near the sea. When Caesar heard that Cato, with his son and a few others, had stayed at Utica, though the rest of the Romans had been sent away, he hurried forward with his army, for he had great regard for Cato. Upon being informed of his death, he exclaimed, "Cato, I envy thee thy death, since thou couldst envy me the glory of saving thy life." What Caesar would have done had Cato been willing to owe his life to him cannot be known, but it is probable that he would have been merciful. Cato was 48 years old when he died, and his name has come down to us of modern times as that of one of the purest statesmen and one of the most upright and persevering defenders of the liberties of Rome. End of chapter 46.
Chapter 47 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 47. Marcus Brutus. Marcus Brutus was remarkable for his honesty, his excellent disposition, and his fondness for study. He was a nephew of Cato, the philosopher, whom he loved and always tried to imitate. He was still a young man when he went with his uncle Cato to Cyprus to fight King Ptolemy. He conducted himself so well that he was highly praised on his return to Rome. When the empire was divided into two parties under Pompey and Caesar, it was generally believed that Brutus would join the latter, because in former times his father had been put to death by Pompey, but he took into consideration the public good rather than his own private feelings, and believing Pompey to be on the right side, took part with him. He was sent to Cilicia as a lieutenant, but finding little opportunity for service there, he went to Macedonia, where Pompey and Caesar were just preparing for a great battle. When he arrived, Pompey was so surprised and pleased at his joining him that he embraced and saluted him before all who were present as a person of great importance. Brutus spent his whole time, except when in Pompey's company, in study, and although it was midsummer, exceedingly warm, and he had sometimes to wait a long while before his tent was brought after him, he always managed to find a quiet spot where he could read and write. Caesar was so fond of Brutus that he ordered his commanders never to kill him on the field, but if possible to take him alive, charging them at the same time rather to suffer him to escape than to do him the least injury. So, after the famous battle of Pharsalia, when Pompey, being defeated, managed to escape to the sea, Brutus likewise fled, and made his way to Larissa, whence he at once wrote to Caesar. He received a reply to his letter, in which Caesar forgave him, expressed the greatest delight at his safety, and bade him come to him. He obeyed, and was welcomed by the great conqueror as one of his best friends. Nobody knew what direction Pompey had taken when he escaped from Pharsalia but Brutus, who suggested Egypt, and gave his reasons for doing so. He was right, but, as we know, poor Pompey had met his fate before Caesar reached Ptolemy's kingdom. Having secured Caesar's forgiveness for himself, Brutus sought it for his friend Cassius, and won it, for when he pleaded, he did it with his whole heart and soul, and seldom failed. The first time Caesar ever heard him speak in public, he said, "I know not what this young man intends, but whatever it be, he intends strongly." Caesar had so much confidence in Brutus that when he made his expedition into Africa against Cato and Scipio, he left him to govern Cisalpine Gaul. Brutus showed himself worthy of the trust, and when the conqueror returned, he was gratified to see how his glory had increased in the cities over which Brutus ruled, for while people in other provinces were miserable on account of the harshness and cruelty of their governors, those under Brutus were happy and contented. Caesar rewarded Brutus by appointing him praetor, but in so doing he offended Cassius, who thought that he ought to have been first in that office in consideration of the service he had done the state. Some ill feeling was aroused in this way against Brutus, and Cassius treated him with indifference for several months. It was his hatred of Caesar which prompted him at last to seek Brutus's friendship again. Cassius, having determined to crush the dictator, knew that he could scarcely hope to succeed unless Brutus, who stood well with the people, would help him. So he went among his friends, and pointed out to them the danger of Caesar's fast increasing power, and sent them, one after another, to Brutus to poison his mind against the man who loved him, and who hoped to make him his successor. When this was done, he went himself to Brutus and made friends with him. He was plotting the assassination of Caesar, and knew that if Brutus took part, the act would be justified in the eyes of the citizens. On taking leave of Brutus, he asked, "Do you expect to be present in the Senate on the calends of March? For Caesar's friends intend to crown him king on that occasion." Brutus answered that he would not be there. "But what if they should send for us?" asked Cassius. "It will be my business then," answered Brutus, "not to hold my peace, but to stand up boldly and die for the liberty of my country." "But what Roman will suffer you to die?" asked Cassius with emotion. "From you they expect tyranny to be crushed, for they are ready to suffer anything on your account, if only you will show yourself what they think you are, and do what they expect." Then they embraced, and each went on his way to interview his friends. So the conspiracy grew. On the Ides of March the Senate met in a place that was particularly favorable for the purpose of the conspirators. It was a portico adjoining the theater, and near the center stood a statue of Pompey, opposite to which was a semicircle of benches. There they could assemble without exciting suspicion, and they hoped that the leading men of the city, who would be sure to be present, would stand forth and assert their liberty as soon as the deed was done. Caesar was so long in coming to the Senate that it was feared the plot had been discovered. Such was not the case, however, but several bad omens and unfavorable sacrifices had made him suspicious and unhappy, so that when he did at last appear, it was with the determination to attend to no business of importance on that day. When he took his seat, the Senate being assembled, the conspirators gathered close about his chair, which stood just in front of Pompey's statue, as though they had an important petition to make, and according to a previous arrangement, Tillius Cimber began to plead in behalf of his brother, who was in exile. The others joined their prayers to his, took Caesar's hand, kissed it, also his head and breast, and became so violent that he stood up, whereupon Tillius caught his robe with both hands and pulled it from his shoulder. This was the signal, at which Casca, who stood behind the dictator, drew his dagger and struck at his neck. The wound was slight, and snatching hold of the handle of the weapon, Caesar cried aloud in Latin, "Villain, Casca, what do you?" A great many blows followed, and Caesar looked about to see if he could make his escape. But when he saw Brutus, the man he had loved and honored, with his dagger drawn against him, an expression of grief and reproach came into his face, and he ceased to resist. He merely covered his head with his robe, and so thick and fast fell the blows that the murderers in their eagerness actually wounded one another. It had been suggested that Antony ought to be put out of the way too, in order to secure liberty for the Commonwealth, but Brutus would not consent to so unjust an act, particularly as he believed that with Caesar's death a change might be worked in so gifted and honorable a man as Antony that would go far towards the establishment of liberty. Antony had been purposely detained at the door by Trebonius, who engaged him in conversation, but when the senators rushed out and he heard what had happened, he thought his life was in danger, so disguised himself and fled. Great excitement filled the city when the death of the dictator became known, but when it was found out that there would be no further bloodshed, it soon subsided. Brutus went to the Forum and made an oration, which was loudly applauded by the crowd that gathered to hear him, and which restored confidence. Cicero and all the other orators spoke in favor of peace, and at last it was agreed that the conspirators should not be punished, but that their deed should rather be regarded as a blow for liberty, which ought to be rewarded. So the provinces were divided among them, and then public attention was turned towards Caesar's funeral. Antony spoke in favor of a public funeral, Cassius violently opposed it, but Brutus sided with Antony. This was a mistake, for when the Romans beheld the body of their beloved Caesar, and Antony made a touching oration, holding up the bloody gown pierced with innumerable dagger strokes, cries and lamentations filled the air, and many exclaimed, "Down with the murderers! Kill the assassins!" The whole city was aroused, and tables and benches were dragged from the shops round about, and heaped together for a funeral pyre. The body of Caesar was placed on the pile, which was then set on fire, and the excited multitude seized the burning brands and rushed with them about the city, intending to fire the houses of Caesar's murderers. Fortunately, they were warned in time to guard their houses and hide themselves. Thinking discretion the better part of valor, Brutus stole out of the city, and made up his mind not to go back until the fury of the people had abated. Meanwhile, Octavius Caesar, whom the great conqueror had adopted and made his heir, returned to Rome, and by distributing the money that the will had set aside for the citizens, won so much favor that he soon got the better of Antony. He formed a powerful party among the soldiers that had served under Caesar, a large part of the Senate sided with him, and he was further strengthened by Cicero, who joined him because he hated Antony. Then the city was again divided into two parties, many of the soldiers selling their services to the highest bidder, and violent quarrels between Octavius and Antony, the two leaders, took place. Knowing that while affairs were in such a state he could do no good in Rome, Brutus went to Athens. He was kindly received, and became so absorbed in study among the learned men of the Academy that people thought he had retired from public life. But such was not the case, for he was all the time making preparations for war, and when he heard that several Roman ships were coming along the coast of Greece, laden with treasures and commanded by one of his friends, he went to a seaport to meet them. So great were his persuasive powers that he got possession of the ships, with a large sum of money they were carrying to Rome, and then set to work to raise an army. The Roman students at Athens had already been won over, and the soldiers that remained of Pompey's army and had wandered about Thessaly ever since his defeat joyfully flocked to join Brutus. The governor of Macedonia aided him, and in a very little while he found himself surrounded by a splendid army and an ample supply of horses and arms. He then went over to Asia, where Cassius had been equally successful. With such forces as these two leaders combined were prepared to bring into the field, success seemed sure. Meanwhile, Octavius Caesar had driven Antony out of Italy, but after making himself obnoxious to the Senate, had made friends with him and Lepidus, and formed the Second Triumvirate, an account of which will be found in the Life of Antony. Brutus had heard of these alterations at Rome, and, being a man who never could be turned from a purpose when once he was convinced that it was right and honest, his eagerness to restore liberty to his country and save her from the power of the triumvirs was greatly increased. So he urged Cassius to move on with him to Europe without further delay. A strange story is told of a so-called apparition that appeared to Brutus one night just before he left Asia. He was so anxious about the preparations for the war he had undertaken that his sleep was disturbed, and he spent the greater part of the night making his plans, reading, and studying. Thus, one night, after everybody in the camp had gone to rest, he sat quite alone in his tent, thinking about the great enterprise that lay before him. A dim light burned on a little table by his side. Suddenly he fancied someone came in. He looked up, and beheld a strange, horrible-looking being in the doorway. "What art thou?" asked Brutus boldly. "Art thou god or man, and what is thy business with me?" In a deep, hollow, unnatural tone, the spectre answered, "I am thy evil genius, Brutus. Thou shalt see me at Philippi." "I will meet thee there," replied Brutus. When the apparition was gone, Brutus summoned his servants, but they declared one and all that they had seen no one enter his tent, and had heard no sound. Early in the morning he went to Cassius, and told him of his strange, unearthly visitor. Cassius belonged to the school of the celebrated philosopher Epicurus, whose disciples were taught to account for everything by a natural cause, so he argued in this way. You know, Brutus, that in our sect we believe that not all we feel or see is real and true, and that the mind, like wax, readily receives impressions. These impressions are, by the power of the imagination, molded into curious forms that do not exist in nature, as we constantly see in dreams. The mind is always in motion, but when the body, as in your case, is tired and distressed, the mind is in an excited and unnatural state. There is no reason for believing that there are such beings as demons or spirits, and that, if there were, they would assume a human shape or voice, or have power to affect us. At the same time, I confess I wish there were such beings, and that they would help us in our sacred and glorious enterprise, so that we might not have to depend entirely on fleets and armies. Brutus was comforted by this reasoning, and, taking courage again, he embarked for Italy. Caesar and Antony, after having proclaimed themselves triumvirs for 5 years, raised a large force, and marched into the plain of Philippi. There the two great armies met, Caesar encamping opposite to Brutus, and Antony opposite to Cassius. Brutus had fewer men than Caesar, but their arms and equipments were far more rich and splendid, for he had an idea that they would fight harder to preserve the gold and silver armor which he had given them than they would if it were less valuable. Before the battle began, there were many bad omens in the camp of Brutus and Cassius. The garland that the latter was to wear in the sacrifice was handed to him upside down. Then the golden image of victory that was carried in the solemn procession fell from the hands of the man who held it. Birds of prey appeared about the camp, and swarms of bees flew into the trenches. The superstitious soldiers were so affected by these things that the soothsayers had trouble to calm them, and even the Epicurean philosophy of Cassius himself was shaken. Brutus was all impatience for the fight, but Cassius desired to postpone it as long as possible. An officer in Brutus's army advised him by all means to tarry over the winter. "In what better condition do you hope to be by that time?" asked Brutus. "If I gain nothing else, I shall have lived that much longer," said the man. This answer so displeased both the generals that it was decided to fight the very next day. As soon as it was morning, the sign of battle, the scarlet coat, was displayed, and Brutus and Cassius met midway between their two camps to make the final arrangements. Before they parted, Cassius said, "May the gods make this day successful! But as the most important of human events are the most uncertain, and as we may never see each other any more, Tell me what is your resolution concerning flight and death?" Brutus answered, "When I was younger and less experienced, I was disposed to condemn Cato for killing himself. I thought it impious and unmanly to sink beneath the stroke of fortune, or to run away from the divine course of nature. Now, in my own case, I am of another mind, and if our wishes are not realized in this undertaking, I shall make no further attempt, but will die content with my fortune. I gave my life to my country on the Ides of March, and have lived since then a second life for her sake, with liberty and honor." Cassius smiled, and, embracing Brutus, said, "With these resolutions let us charge the enemy, for either we shall conquer, or we shall have no cause to fear those that do." So the two commanders set about completing their arrangements, and then made the attack. Cassius was conquered, but Brutus was victorious. They would have carried the day had it not been for a mistake which caused their ruin. It was this. Brutus did not go to the relief of Cassius, because he believed that, like himself, Cassius had gained a victory, and Cassius did not seek relief from Brutus, because he thought that Brutus had been overcome. Brutus, on his return from plundering Caesar's camp, began to wonder at not seeing Cassius's tent on the spot it had occupied high above the rest, and some of his men who had been reconnoitering assured him that something dreadful must have happened to Cassius. So he rallied his men, and marched to the relief of his friend. He found the camp deserted, and Cassius dead, for, mistaking a party of his own men for the enemy, he had caused one of his slaves to put him to death when he saw them rapidly approaching his camp after defeat. Brutus wept when he beheld the body of Cassius, and called him the last of the Romans, for he said that Rome would never again produce a man of so great a spirit. He then gathered together all that were left of Cassius's soldiers, promised each a liberal reward as recompense for what he had lost, and a great deal more if all would fight once again for him. Thus encouraged, the remnant of Cassius's army promised to do their utmost, and followed their new leader to his camp. Meanwhile, Antony, having been informed of the death of Cassius, eagerly awaited the dawn of day, and returned with his entire force to the battlefield, showing the utmost anxiety to lose no time. This was his reason. During the land fight of the previous day, there had been a battle at sea, in which Brutus's fleet had so defeated Antony's that few of the vessels escaped, and as they were bringing a fresh supply of soldiers, the loss was serious. Brutus had not yet heard of that engagement, and Antony's desire was to draw him into another battle before he should do so and become elated by his success. Besides, he knew that Brutus would scarcely consent to a second conflict just then, if he had heard of the success of his fleet, because he was thus enabled to get an ample supply of provisions, and had the best positions on land as well as at sea. Nevertheless, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon before Brutus led his men into battle. He showed himself an expert general and a brave soldier, determined to spare himself no peril if only he could gain the victory. Many brave men were slain in defending him, and one Lucullus, seeing a party of the enemy's horse galloping full speed towards Brutus, put himself in their way, and, when he was captured, told them he was Brutus. They believed him, and immediately sent forward a messenger to tell Antony that they had taken Brutus alive. Antony came out to meet them, because he was so pleased that he could not wait, and all the soldiers who heard that Brutus was coming gathered near to see him. Lucullus advanced boldly and said, "Be assured, Antony, that no enemy either has taken or shall take Marcus Brutus alive. I am come here by a cheat put upon your soldiers, and I am ready to suffer any punishment for it you may see fit to inflict." All were amazed, but Antony, coming to those about him, said, "I see, fellow soldiers, that you take it ill that you have been thus deceived, and feel yourselves injured on account of it. But let me tell you that you have taken a booty better than what you sought. For you were in search of an enemy, but you have brought me here a friend. Had you brought Brutus to me alive, I know not how I should have used him, but of this I am sure, that it is better to have such men as Lucullus our friends than our enemies." Having spoken thus, he embraced Lucullus, who forever after was his faithful friend. The army of Brutus met with a total defeat, but with a few friends he made his escape and passed the night in a cave. Towards morning, one of the friends said, "We must not stay here longer, for it is not safe. We must fly." "Yes, indeed," said Brutus, rising, "we must fly, not with our feet, but with our hands." He then shook hands with each of his companions, and thus addressed them: "It is a great satisfaction to me that all my friends have been faithful. If I am angry with fortune, it is for the sake of my country. As for myself, I am more happy than my conquerors, for I shall leave behind me that reputation for virtue which they, with all their wealth and power, will never acquire. It will always be said of them that they were an abandoned set of men, who destroyed the virtuous for the sake of the empire to which they had no right." He then entreated each of his friends to provide for his own safety, and drawing aside with Strato, who was one of the oldest and dearest, he fell upon the point of his sword and killed himself. The body of Brutus was found by Antony, who commanded it to be wrapped in a rich purple mantle. After it was burned, the ashes were carefully placed in an urn and sent to the mother of Brutus. End of chapter 47. Recording by Owen Cook in Potawatomi ceded land.
Chapter 48 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathrine Burke-Mueller. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 48. Antony. Mark Antony lost his father when very young, and although his mother, who was of the family of the Caesars, took great pains with his training and education, he formed a friendship with a bad man named Curio, who led him into all sorts of dissipation. After spending all the money his father left him, and finding himself deeply in debt besides, he gladly accepted an invitation to accompany Gabinius, the consul, in his campaign in Syria. There he distinguished himself so that more important enterprises were entrusted to him, and he won a high reputation as a commander. In ancient times, it had always been said that the Antonys were descended from Hercules, and Mark was so proud of this that he dressed in imitation of that god as he appeared in paintings and statues. Besides, he had a noble bearing. His beard was full, his forehead large, and his nose aquiline, so when people looked at him, they were really reminded of Hercules. When Rome was divided into two parties, the one headed by Pompey and the other by Caesar, Curio, Antony's bad friend, joined the latter and persuaded Antony to do the same. He went to Gaul, where he spent some time. Then, being provided by Caesar with money and credit, he returned to Rome, where he was first made quaestor, then tribune. In the latter office he was of the greatest service to Caesar, and fled to him in disguise to report how the two questions had been put to the Senate, whether Pompey should dismiss his army or Caesar his. It was then that the conqueror marched into Italy, drove out Pompey, and placed Antony as tribune to govern Rome, while he marched into Spain. Antony was exceedingly popular with the soldiers, but he was too lazy to pay attention to the wants of the people, and so committed many serious errors. But Caesar would never listen to any charges against him, nor had he ever cause to complain of his lack of courage, skill, or energy in military affairs. Indeed, he so signalized himself in the various battles that took place later that his reputation, next to Caesar's, was the greatest in the army. After the celebrated battle of Pharsalia, in which he commanded the left wing because Caesar considered him his best officer, he was sent to Rome as master of the horse. That was an office next in power to the dictator, and Caesar showed his high opinion of Antony in giving it to him. But Antony was too fond of drinking and carousing, which gave great offense to the better class of Roman citizens. So when Caesar came back from Spain, although he was very gentle with Antony and did much towards reforming him, he took Lepidus, not Antony, to be consul with him. Antony's morals improved when he married, for Fulvia, his wife, had a good influence over him. His friendship for Caesar was so great that when the murder of that conqueror was decided on, some of the conspirators made it their business to detain him in conversation outside the Senate house. He was much shocked when he heard of the dreadful deed, but immediately took measures to prevent a civil war. He called the Senate together the very next day, and secured the appointment to foreign countries of Brutus and Cassius, who had led the conspiracy. For himself, he aimed at becoming ruler-in-chief, and made the best of his opportunity when delivering the funeral oration in the marketplace over the body of Caesar. He expressed his horror at the murder, showed the bloody stains on the dead man's clothing, and called those who had committed the deed villains and assassins. The populace grew so excited over his remarks that Brutus and his party were obliged to leave the city, and Caesar's friends joined themselves to Antony, whose power became absolute. He got possession of Caesar's papers and carried into effect all that he had meant to do, appointed the magistrates named therein, recalled some from exile, and freed others from prison, as Caesar's letters directed. His power was the greater because his brother Caius was praetor, and his brother Lucius tribune of the people. But his schemes were thwarted by Octavius Caesar, who came to Rome shortly after his uncle Julius was killed. Octavius made certain claims which Antony refused to grant, so he formed a strong party in the Senate, and won over to his side Cicero and many others who hated Antony. A report was carried to Antony that Octavius was plotting against his life, whereupon he went about and made offers to the old soldiers to take sides with him. Octavius did the same. Cicero was at that time a man of great influence in Rome, and he did what he could to arouse the people against Antony. Finally, he persuaded the Senate to pronounce Antony a public enemy, and to order the two consuls, Hirtius and Pansa, to drive him out of Italy. A battle took place near Modena, in which the consuls were killed, but Antony was defeated and obliged to fly. It was then that he showed how great he was, for he bore all sorts of suffering and privation like a true hero, and set a wonderful example of patience and endurance to his soldiers. Octavius was now satisfied, for he had desired only to humble Antony, not to destroy him. As soon as that was accomplished, he began to consult his friends as to the best manner of making his peace with the exile. It was brought about in this way. After his defeat, Antony determined to make his way to the other side of the Alps, to join his army with that of Lepidus, whom he had befriended on several occasions. But when he came in sight of the camp, he received no encouragement to approach nearer. However, feeling that he had little to lose and possibly much to gain, he disguised himself in a large dark cloak, made his way into the trenches, and began to address the army of Lepidus. His speech had such an effect that Lepidus took alarm, and ordered the trumpets to be sounded, so that he could not be heard. But that night, 2 of the soldiers, disguised in women's clothes, were sent by their comrades to confer with Antony. They advised him to make an attack on Lepidus, whom they offered to put to death. Antony would not listen to such a proposition, but the next morning he marched his men up to the river which divided the 2 camps, and was himself the first to plunge into the water and swim across. He was received by the soldiers, who not only held out their hands to help him ashore, but beat down the works to make way for his soldiers. So he entered the camp of Lepidus, an absolute master. He did not take an unfair advantage of his position, though, for he treated Lepidus with great kindness, called him father when he addressed him, and left him the honor of being general. Octavius Caesar, as we have said, was anxious to make a friend of Antony, because he knew that it would benefit himself. So as soon as he heard how Antony had increased his forces by his alliance with Lepidus, he sent his messengers to propose a conference. It was agreed upon, and the 3 leaders, Lepidus, Octavius Caesar, and Antony, met on a small island. The conference lasted 3 days. It was decided that the 3 should divide the empire among them, and under the name of triumvirs they should have supreme authority for 5 years. This was called the Second Triumvirate. But before the 3 triumvirs separated, a question arose which perplexed them. It was whom to destroy, each desiring to save his friends and get rid of his enemies. It ended by condemning friends and relatives with horrible, cold-blooded indifference. Cicero's head was offered to Antony in exchange for that of his uncle and the brother of Lepidus. Never was a more barbarous compact made, for these men consented to the death of their friends without even the excuse of hatred. Besides the 3 mentioned, hundreds of others were killed before the triumvirate was fairly established. It was abominable to the Romans, who blamed Antony most of all, because he was older than Caesar and had more authority than Lepidus. He made himself still more obnoxious by going to live in the house of Pompey the Great, who had been the most temperate and decent of their citizens, and filling it with actors, jugglers, and all sorts of bad people, on whom he spent enormous sums of the public money, seizing it, in many instances, by violence and cruelty. This lasted until the war with Brutus and Cassius broke out. Then the army was divided between Antony and Octavius Caesar, who marched into Macedonia, Lepidus being left in command of Rome. All the honor of this war belongs to Antony, for Caesar was completely routed by Brutus in the first battle. However, Antony defeated both Cassius and Brutus at Philippi. Caesar was sent home ill, and after a short visit to different parts of Greece, Antony passed over to Asia. There he returned to his former dissipations, and surrounded himself with wicked companions, to gratify whose coarse, low tastes he was often known to deprive some of the most virtuous citizens of all their wealth. His way was to pretend they were dead, and so seize their property. He presented his cook with a splendid estate as a reward for a well-served banquet, and did numerous other absurd things. Later he went to Egypt and spent some time at Alexandria, where he was entertained in a most sumptuous manner by the beautiful, gifted queen, Cleopatra. He was suddenly recalled to Italy because of a war which his brother and his own wife had declared against Octavius Caesar, but before he reached there his wife died, and that event put an end to the trouble. A reconciliation was effected between Octavius and Antony, which was strengthened by the marriage of the latter with Octavia, sister of Caesar. After this took place, a new division was made of the empire, the eastern provinces falling to Antony, the western to Caesar, and Africa to Lepidus. Antony lived quietly for a couple of years, then went back to Asia, where he engaged in a long and difficult war with the Parthians. Never was a more splendid army gathered together than the one he led, but he made many mistakes, and was at last badly defeated. Cleopatra had joined Antony, and he was so much in love with her that he wanted to marry her. He therefore neglected Octavia, in consequence of which Caesar brought serious charges against him in the Senate, for it displeased the conqueror exceedingly to have so virtuous and noble a lady as his sister badly treated. Antony, on the other hand, accused Caesar of certain acts of injustice, and of taking upon himself too much power. Caesar's answer was that he had put Lepidus out of the government because his conduct had been bad, that he would divide what he had got in war with Antony as soon as Antony gave him a share of Armenia, and that Antony's soldiers had no claims in Italy. Upon this, Antony prepared for war. He gathered together a splendid fleet of 800 vessels, of which Cleopatra provided 200, besides a large sum of money, and provisions for the whole army. If he had chosen to fight Caesar by land without delay, he would have been successful, for Caesar's preparations were by no means complete. But he was guided by the advice of Cleopatra, and waited until the Romans also had collected their fleet, and then the fight took place at Actium, on the sea. Even then he ought to have won the victory, for his fleet was twice the size of Caesar's, and everything was in his favor. But the Romans set fire to all the Egyptian vessels except 60, and long before the battle was decided, those 60 hoisted sail in obedience to Cleopatra's order, and put out to sea, a fair wind carrying them towards Peloponnesus. That utterly ruined Antony's cause, for like a weak, unprincipled general, he followed the Egyptian queen, and after losing 300 ships and 5,000 men, his fleet gave up the contest. It was long before Antony's soldiers consented to believe that he had basely deserted them, but when at last the truth was no longer to be doubted, they submitted to the conqueror. Antony went to Africa, utterly disgusted with life, and built himself a little house near Pharos, on a mound out in the sea, where he lived separated from all mankind. But he recovered from his fit of sulking when news was brought to him of the defeat of his army at Actium, that several powers had deserted him and gone over to Caesar, and that nothing in Egypt remained to him. Having little to hope for, he determined to throw off care and enjoy himself. So he went to Alexandria, where he was again received by Cleopatra, whose palace was a scene of constant feasting and revelry. There he remained until Caesar marched against him with a large army, and then he had the mortification of seeing his fleet join that of Caesar, while his cavalry deserted him and went over to the enemy also. Cleopatra was so afraid that Antony might accuse her of having betrayed him, that she sent him word she was dead. As soon as he heard the sad news, he went to his room and requested Eros, a faithful servant, to kill him. Eros drew his sword as if he meant to obey, then turning away, slew himself and fell at his master's feet. "This, Eros, is well done," said Antony, You show your master how to do what you had not the heart to do yourself." He then plunged the sword into his bowels and threw himself on a couch nearby to die. Caesar entered the city in triumph, and, mounting a platform in the exercise ground, told the citizens that he freely forgave them for the sake of Alexander, who had built their city, and for the city's sake, which is too large and beautiful to be destroyed. Many kings and great commanders asked for the honor of bearing Antony, but Cleopatra performed that rite with royal splendor. Caesar treated the queen with great respect, but when she was secretly informed that she was to be sent a prisoner to Rome, she had an asp brought to her in a basket of figs, and let it bite her arm. The poison did its work quickly, and Caesar's messengers were surprised when they went to capture the queen to find that she had been dead several hours. Cleopatra was 39 years old at the time of her death, and had been on the throne 22 years. Antony was in his 56th year when he killed himself. He can scarcely be ranked among the great men of ancient times, for he had neither a genius or moral strength, and he was too much a slave to pleasure to be considered a good man. Yet few possessed more devoted friends or warmer partisans. He lost his empire by his own fault, for he deserted those who were fighting for him, and his death is an example of unpardonable weakness. End of chapter 48.
Chapter 49 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 49. Sertorius. Quintus Sertorius was born of a noble family in the country of the Sabines. His father died when he was very young, but his mother, whose name was Rhea, took excellent care of him and had him well educated. He was fond of oratory, and gained a reputation for his eloquence even in his youth, but his attention was early turned to war, and he met with success as a soldier. He served first under Scipio, when the Cimbri and Teutonies invaded Gaul. The Romans were put to flight, and Sertorius received several wounds, besides losing his horse, but he swam across the river Rhone in his armor, and saved himself. The second time the Cimbri and Teutonies came with their hundreds of thousands of men, threatening death and destruction on all sides, Sertorius volunteered to act as a spy in the enemy's camp, while Marius led the army. This required no little courage, for the enemy was a strange one to the Romans, and a ferocious-looking race that might have terrified even the bravest. Sertorius disguised himself as one of them so well that he was not discovered, and thus he was enabled to mingle with their troops and find out not only what they proposed doing, but their method of fighting and their habits. The report he carried to Marius was of the greatest importance, and in the war which followed he was so brave and able that he was advanced by his general to a position of honor and trust. After the war with the Cimbri and Teutonies was over, he was sent to Spain under Didius, the Roman general, in command of 1,000 men, and took up his winter quarters at Castulo, a town of New Castile. But his soldiers behaved in such a disorderly manner, and were so offensive on account of frequent drunkenness, that the inhabitants lost all respect for them. They therefore called in the aid of the Gerasenians, their neighbors, and attacked the Roman soldiers in their lodgings, slaying a great number of them. Sertorius escaped with several hundred of his men, and marched around Castulo to the gate by which the Gerasenians had entered. It happened, fortunately for him, to be open, so, placing a guard there, he took possession of the city, and killed all the inhabitants who were able to bear arms. Then he ordered his own men to put on the clothing and take the arms of those they had slain, and, thus disguised, to follow him to the city of the Gerasenians. The gates were thrown open at the approach of the supposed friends, but the Gerasenians were soon undeceived, for many were killed, the rest surrendered, and were sold as slaves. This maneuver made Sertorius famous in Spain, and when he returned to Rome, he was appointed quaestor to a part of Gaul. As the Marian War was on the point of breaking out, Sertorius's duties were to raise soldiers and provide arms, and a more active or diligent officer could scarcely have been found. Unlike most commanders, he continued to be a soldier at the same time, and exposed himself in the ranks so freely that in one of the engagements he lost an eye. But he gloried in this, for he always said that it was a badge of bravery, of which he was more proud than a king of his coronet. Everybody treated him with the greatest respect, and when he entered the theater he was always received with applause. After Marius fled to Africa, at the time of the civil war in Rome, Sertorius joined Cinna's party, so when Octavius, the other consul, was victorious, Cinna and Sertorius left the city. They did not remain away long, however, but collected troops in other parts of Italy, and being joined by Marius on his return, went back to Rome. The horrible scenes that ensued are recounted in the life of Marius, and need not be repeated. The conduct of his band of ruffians became so intolerable that Sertorius attacked them with his soldiers as they lay encamped, and killed the whole body, consisting of 4,000. This was done for the relief of the city, and for the good of his countrymen, after all argument and persuasion with Cinna and Marius had failed. For Sertorius never put any man to death to gratify personal revenge. Not long after, Sertorius returned to Spain, but Sylla, who became consul at Rome after the defeat of the MaryAnn party, sent a powerful force to oppose him, and he was obliged to fly to Africa for safety. He landed on the coast of Mauritania, but so many of his men were killed by the natives when they went ashore to get water that he was forced to make his way back to Spain. On the journey he fell in with some Cilician pirates, whom he persuaded to join him, and together they forced themselves through a guard belonging to Sylla, and landed on the island of Ivica. Soon after, Annius, who was in command of Sylla's troops, appeared in the harbor with a numerous fleet and 5,000 men. A battle ensued, and many of Sertorius's ships were driven on the rocks by a violent storm. Then Sertorius was in a dreadful plight. He could not go out to sea because of the storm, his vessel being a light one, and the enemy prevented his landing. So, after being tossed about on the waves for 10 days, he escaped at last, and ran into a harbor on the Atlantic coast of Spain. There he met some seamen who had just arrived from the Canary Islands, and they gave such a glowing account of the wonderful climate, inhabitants, and productions of those Islands of the Blessed, as they were called, that, worn out with fatigue and disappointment, Sertorius longed to go there to rest, at a distance from the turmoil of war. But the Cilician pirates wanted neither peace nor repose, so they refused to accompany him, and sailed back to the coast of Africa. Sertorius followed, and fought a battle with Paxienus, who had been sent by Sylla to assist a Moorish king to recover his throne. Sertorius defeated and killed him, and took nearly all his army prisoners, but he very wisely restored to the natives all their possessions and government, taking nothing for himself but what they offered him, and thus making himself exceedingly popular. While he was considering where to turn next, the Lusitanians sent ambassadors to invite him to command their army against Sylla's troops, for they felt that Sertorius was to be trusted both for courage and judgment. He accepted the invitation, and left Africa for their country at once. On his arrival he was appointed general of an immense army, many of the troops having volunteered because they wished to serve under so active and humane a leader. Sertorius carried on the war against 4 Roman generals, and fought with such skill and activity, appearing now here, now there, at most unexpected moments, that he won brilliant victories at every turn. The Spaniards admired and loved him, but in order to gain their confidence before he began to fight their battles, he made use of an interesting bit of artifice. He had been presented by a countryman with a milk-white fawn, of which he soon became very fond. It was so tame and gentle that it would follow him about wherever he went, and come to him when he called. Knowing that uncivilized people are apt to be superstitious, Sertorius decided to make use of this quality to gain favor with them, so he told them that the fawn had been presented to him by the goddess Diana, who was a huntress, and that it told him many secrets. If perchance he received private news that the enemy were giving trouble in any part of the country under his command, he gave out that the fawn had informed him of it in his sleep, and had charged him to keep the troops prepared. When he got notice of a victory gained by any commander under him, the messenger was kept out of sight, and the fawn was led forth, crowned with flowers, while the people were told to rejoice at the good news which was to come. A few hours later, the messenger was produced, and made to announce the victory which the fawn was supposed to have whispered to the general beforehand. Sertorius did more for the Spaniards than merely fight their battles, for he taught them to keep their ranks and use their arms as the Romans did, instead of imitating savages in their mode of fighting. He founded schools, where the children of the nobility were instructed in Grecian and Roman literature, rewarded those who studied diligently, and he also introduced among the citizens the attire of his own countrymen. The soldiers were delighted with their gold and silver helmets, embroidered vests and coats, and the noble citizens were no less so when they saw their sons walking to school in fine gowns bordered with purple, particularly as Sertorius bore the whole expense of these, as well as of the instruction and rewards. Everybody loved Sertorius, and the boys who won the rewards, which consisted of golden balls worn suspended from the neck, were very proud of them. It was Sertorius himself who made the examinations and awarded the prizes. Metellus was one of the Roman generals whom Sertorius had defeated in Spain, and after that happened, Pompey was sent with fresh troops. When the soldiers that Sertorius had placed in a certain part of the country under Perpenna Vento heard that Pompey was coming, they took up their arms and demanded to be led against him at once, threatening otherwise to go to Sertorius, who, they declared, was able to defend himself and those that served him. So Perpenna, who feared to oppose Pompey, was obliged to yield, though he was jealous of Sertorius and objected to adding to his army. Such a tremendous force was thus gathered together that it was almost impossible to control them, particularly as the larger part had been thieves and bandits who knew nothing of discipline. They had several engagements of their own accord with the enemy, but were defeated each time and rescued by Sertorius, until their confidence in him increased, and they became willing to listen to his advice. One day, in order to illustrate his plan, he caused 2 horses to be led into the field in the presence of his army. One was a poor, old, feeble animal, the other a strong, large one, with a remarkably thick, long tail. By the weak horse stood a robust, able-bodied man, by the strong one a weak little man. At a given signal, the strong man began to pull the weak horse by the tail, as though he would pull it out by the root, while the other man pulled out the hairs of the long, flowing tail one by one. The spectator laughed heartily at the efforts of the strong man, who tugged and tugged without any result, and was forced at last to give up by the time the little man had stripped the large horse of every hair. Then Sertorius said, "You see, my friends and fellow soldiers, how much more can be accomplished by perseverance than by force, and that things separated are not so strong as when united. Time is the friend of those who use their judgment and wait, and the enemy of those who rush forward on improper occasions." It was with such examples and speeches that Sertorius taught the barbarians to be less fierce, and to watch for favorable opportunities, rather than rush forward blindly, and so his influence grew. Now the great Pompey was coming, Pompey, the noble Roman general who had been honored with a triumph before he was old enough to have a beard. He passed over the mountains and pitched his camp near that of Sertorius. In every attack, Sertorius had the advantage, and proved himself such a wonderful general that his fame reached even to Rome. It was increased by the siege of Lauron. As soon as Pompey heard that Sertorius intended to besiege that place, he marched with his whole army to the foot of a hill a short distance off, and sent word to the citizens to rest perfectly easy and watch him from their walls while he besieged Sertorius. When that general heard of it, he laughed, and said, "I will teach that scholar of Sylla," so he called Pompey in ridicule, "that a general ought to look behind him rather than before." He was then on top of the hill, and pointed towards a body of 6,000 soldiers in the camp, left there to seize Pompey in the rear as soon as he should begin the attack. But Pompey dared not begin, so he had the mortification of seeing Lauron burned, while the inhabitants surrendered to his enemy, and said tauntingly, Pompey was at hand, and could almost warm himself at the flames, but could offer no assistance. At the end of a battle which took place between Pompey and Sertorius afterwards, the white fawn was missing, and its master was sorely grieved. However, during the night it was found wandering at some distance from the camp, and brought back. Sertorius promised a large reward to the finder if he would tell no one of it, and immediately hid the fawn. A few days later he appeared in public with a cheerful countenance, and said that he had had a dream in which the gods had promised a piece of great good fortune. He then took his seat, and began to speak to those who had brought petitions. Suddenly the fawn, that had been let loose by its keeper, came leaping towards Sertorius, laid its head upon his knee, and licked his right hand, as it had been taught to do. Sertorius stroked the animal, and received it as though he had not seen it before, while tears filled his eyes, and the people gazed at him with wonder as a creature beloved of the gods. Sertorius fought several more battles, both with Pompey and Metellus, and won nearly all of them, so that it began to be generally believed in Rome that he would be back there before many months. Metellus was one of the greatest of Roman commanders, but he was getting old, and felt the superiority of Sertorius so keenly that he was anxious to get him out of the way. He therefore publicly offered a large reward to any Roman who should kill him. Meanwhile, Sertorius gathered about him the senators who had fled from Rome to him, and established a government with Roman laws and institutions, giving all the offices to his own countrymen, in order that he might prove that it was his purpose to restore liberty to them, not to make the Spaniards powerful against them. Thus he showed himself a true patriot, for he loved his country and wanted to return to it. When he was at the height of his power, he sent word to Metellus and Pompey that he was ready to lay down his arms and go into private life, if only he might be permitted to return home, declaring that he would rather live as the meanest of citizens in Rome than as commander of all other cities out of it. One reason for this was the deep affection he bore his mother, but he was not gratified by seeing her again, for she died while he was in exile. When he heard the sad news, he was overwhelmed with grief, and would not leave his tent for 7 days. He was prevailed upon to do so at last by his principal officers and other persons of note, who begged him to continue the management of public affairs. Sertorius had created a powerful kingdom among strangers, which he had defended for more than 10 years against the army of Rome under her ablest commanders. At last, Perpenna, whose jealousy had grown year by year, and who was ambitious to command the army himself, began to conspire against his life, and went among the Romans trying to rouse their discontent. They dared not attack Sertorius openly, but did what they could to injure him in the eyes of the Spaniards, until the conspiracy gained strength. Letters were sent to the general announcing a great victory gained by one of his officers. The news was false, but Sertorius was deceived, and offered a sacrifice in honor of the joyful tidings. Afterwards, Perpenna invited all who were present to a supper, and while it was going on, some of the conspirators pretended to be drunk and quarreled among themselves. This displeased Sertorius so much, for he always insisted upon good behavior when he was present, that he threw himself back upon his couch as though he wished not to see or hear what was going on. As he did so, Perpenna upset a glass of wine, which had been agreed upon as a signal. Thereupon, the man who sat next to Sertorius struck him with his sword, and before he could recover from the blow, threw himself upon his breast and held both his arms, while others killed him. Perpenna then declared himself general of the army, but soon, proving himself unfit for the position, he was taken prisoner by Pompey and executed as an enemy to his country. This ended the war in Spain, for all the men who had sided with the traitor were put to death also. End of chapter 49. Recording by Owen Cook in Potawatomi ceded land.
Chapter 50 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maggie Travers. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 50. Galba. Sulpius Galba was a patriarch by birth, and one of the richest men of his day. The wicked Nero was emperor of Rome when he became a man, and it was under his reign that Galba was proconsul both in Germany and Africa. Afterwards he was sent by the same emperor to govern Spain, and he filled his office so well that he became very popular. Indeed, he was so just and merciful that the cruel deeds committed by Nero horrified him. When Junius Vindex, general of the Roman forces in Gaul, rose against the tyrant and encouraged his soldiers to put him down, it was not difficult to gain Galba over to his side. Galba mounted the tribunal to announce what he and Vindex hoped to do, and the crowd that had so long felt the tyranny of Nero gathered about the speaker, ready for any change that would offer relief. Galba was an old man, who inspired respect, and his actions while in Spain led to the belief that he could never be guilty of injustice, so the people saluted him as emperor. This was a surprise to him, for he was not prepared to take so decided and sudden a step as they proposed. He therefore refused the lofty title, saying that he offered himself to the service of his country merely as the lieutenant of the Roman Senate and people. Nero had paid little attention to the movements of Vindex, but when he heard that Galba had joined him, he started up, having just seated himself for his morning meal, and, in his excitement, overturned table, dishes, and breakfast. Without a moment's loss of time, he assembled the Senate and had Galba proclaim a public enemy, and offered all of his property for sale. Galba retaliated by selling everything of Nero's in Spain. Many of the provinces declared for Galba, but 2 held out because their governors thought that they had as much right to succeed Nero as Galba had. These were Claudius Macer of Africa and Virginius Rufus of Germany. Claudius had been guilty of so many wicked deeds that he feared to say what he wanted, for if he announced his intention to replace Nero, his enemies might assassinate him. Virginius, who commanded some of the best Roman legions, had often been urged by them to take the title of emperor, but he said, "I will neither take it myself, nor will I suffer it to be given to any person but him who the Senate shall name." So Verginius and Vindex fought a great battle, in which the latter lost 20,000 of his men, and then put an end to his own life. After this victory, Verginius was again urged to declare himself emperor by people, who said that if he refused, they would go over to Nero again. This so alarmed Galba that he wrote to Verginius, begging him to join with him in restoring the liberty of the Romans and preserving their empire. He then retired to a town in Spain called Colonia. One evening during the following summer, just after Galba had gone to bed, a messenger arrived from Rome, who had made the journey in an incredibly short time, to inform him that Nero was dead and that the Senate and people of Rome had declared him emperor. 2 days later, Titus Vinius, with many others, came to confirm the news. Now Galba began to wonder what Virginius Rufus would do, for there was no man living who had a greater name than he had, particularly since his victory in Gaul over Vindex. But he had said that the man named by the Senate should be emperor, and, in spite of the entreaties of his army, he remained firm. So Galba started for Rome. He was met near Narbo, a city in Gaul, by some members of the Senate, who begged him to make haste to appear among the people, who were anxiously awaiting him. The litter, the decorations, and the attendance of Nero was sent to him also, but he preferred to use his own, which was regarded as a proof that he was above petty vanity. Vinius, who had been one of the first to announce to Galba that he was emperor, persuaded him to assume a more regal appearance and manner, assuring him that he would make himself more agreeable to the Romans by doing so. Galba allowed himself to be led in this as well as in more important matters by this man, who was so unprincipled and so wicked that he soon ruined himself and made the emperor hateful to his subjects, as we shall see. Galba determined to reform the extravagance that Nero had encouraged, but in doing so he went to the other extreme, and acted so stingily as to make himself ridiculous. He did this with the advice of Vinius, who was all the time helping himself most liberally from the public treasury. Having got the old man completely under his control, this creature taxed the people just as heavily as Nero had done, and they blamed Galba for it, though he was really deceived himself, and made a dupe of by his ministers. Of course, he was by no means blameless, but he was an aged man, and allowed himself to be led because he suspected no evil. This was weak, but he showed himself strong in keeping the soldiers to their duty, for they had had great license in the previous reign, in punishing those persons who, by bearing false witness, had caused the death of the innocent, and in various other ways. What incited the people against Galba more than anything else was that when Nero's ministers were ordered to execution, Tigellinus, the most infamous of them all, was spared. The reason for the mercy shown to him was that he had bribed Vinius with costly presents, but there was no man in all Rome whom the people were more anxious to be rid of. They now felt that there was nothing Vinius would refuse for money, and from that moment every act of Galba's was misrepresented. If he was merciful, they attributed it to bribery, and if he was severe, they thought it was because Vinius had not received his price. The soldiers hated Galba because he refused to pay them for extra service, as Nero had done, and dissatisfaction in every part of the government grew worse day by day. At last Galba took alarm, and with the belief that he was despised not only on account of his age, but also because he had no child to succeed him, he resolved to adopt a young man of distinction and name him his successor. Marcus Otho, a very bad person, who had been a friend to Nero in his pleasure parties, was the person Vinius recommended. But while Galba hesitated, a mutiny broke out among the soldiers in Germany, who proclaimed Vitellius, their commander, emperor. As soon as Galba heard of this, he knew that there was no time to lose, for he had unwisely made enemies of his soldiers, and could therefore expect no protection from them. Some of his advisers had named Otho for his heir, others had exerted themselves in favor of Dolabella, so Galba chose neither, but, without consulting anyone, sent for Piso Lucunianus, a young nobleman of merit, and took him to the camp, where, in a speech to the soldiers, he introduced him as his successor to the empire. Otho, who was present, was in a perfect fury, for he knew that he had been proposed for the succession, and the soothsayers had told him that he should be emperor after Nero. His friends, particularly those who had no positions to lose, and perhaps much to gain, advised him to seek his revenge. So he took great pains to win the goodwill of the soldiers, and thus to lay a plot for the destruction of those who stood in his way to the throne. Early in the morning of January the 15th, Galba offered a sacrifice in the palace. When the diviner took the entrails of the animal in his hands, he said that there were signs of trouble, and that the life of the emperor was in danger. Otho trembled lest he should be discovered, but immediately hastened to the spot where he was to meet the soldiers. Not more than 23 awaited him, but when he appeared they saluted him as emperor, and carried him through the forum towards the camp, flourishing their swords as they went. As soon as Galba heard what had happened, he wanted to go out to the people, but Vinius prevented him from doing so, until one of the guardsmen rushed in with a bloody sword in his hand, and announced that he had just killed Otho. "Who gave you the order?" asked Galba. "My allegiance and my oath," answered the soldier, amidst the applause of the people. Galba then expressed his intention to sacrifice to Jupiter, and was carried in a chair to the forum for that purpose. No sooner had he arrived than the death of Otho was contradicted. Great excitement prevailed among the crowd gathered there, some urging Galba to advance, others to retreat, while his chair was pushed backwards and forwards and almost knocked over. Suddenly a party of soldiers came up and exclaimed, "Down with this private man!" while numbers ran about to get places on the porticos and other eminences so that they might enjoy whatever spectacle was about to be presented. One of Galba's statues was overthrown as a signal for hostilities, whereupon a shower of javelins was aimed at the royal chair, and the soldiers advanced, sword in hand, to complete the work the javelins had failed in. Only one man in all the crowd of spectators did honor to the Roman Empire that day in offering to defend Galba. That was Sempronius Densius, who called out to the soldiers to spare their emperor. But he was soon brought to the ground, and the royal chair was overthrown. "Strike, if it be for the good of Rome!" cried poor old Galba, presenting his throat to the soldiers. He received several wounds in various parts of his body, and when he was expiring, one of the soldiers cut off his head. It could not be held up in the usual way because of its baldness, so it was stuck on the end of a spear and twirled about for everybody to look at. When it was presented to Otho, he cried out, "Fellow soldiers, this is nothing unless you bring me Piso's too." Not long after, Piso, who had taken refuge in the temple of Vesta, was slain, and his head, as well as that of Titus Vinius, was brought to Otho. Forthwith the Senate was assembled, and the very men who, 7 short months before, had sworn allegiance to Galba, now swore to be faithful to Otho, and gave him the titles of Caesar and Augustus. Galba's body was carried away and secretly buried in the night. There were many in Rome who pitied his sad fate, but none who regretted him as an emperor, for though he was inferior to few of his countrymen in wealth, birth, and reputation, he had allowed himself to be governed by bad men to such an extent as to render himself obnoxious to his subjects. End of section 50. Recording by Maggie Travers.
Chapter 51 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louise, Meany, Canberra. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. 51. Otho. The new emperor began his reign by courting the friendship of the soldiers, which Galba had unwisely neglected. He made a speech to the Senate, which was remarkable for its mildness, gave his unexpired consulship to Viginius Rufus, and turned no consul out of office who had been appointed either by Nero or Galba. The oldest of them he promoted to the priesthood, and to all the senators who had been banished by Nero and recalled by Galba, he restored what remained of their fortunes. So the Roman people began to flatter themselves that they were at last to have a government that would bring them peace and happiness. Nothing gratified them more or increased their affection for Otho so much as his punishing Tigellinus, the infamous wretch who had been the most brutal of Nero's ministers. Tigellinus was at his country seat on the seashore when a messenger arrived to summon him to appear before the emperor. He always had a vessel in readiness, knowing that he might want to make his escape at any moment, but it did not avail him, for no amount of bribery could induce the messengers to let him off. However, he was determined not to give himself up to the fury of the people he had cruelly wronged, so, retiring to a private room, under pretext of making some preparations, he cut his throat with a razor. Otho had not been on the throne many days before he was called upon to oppose Vitellius, who, it will be remembered, had been proclaimed emperor by the legions in Germany before the death of Galba. Just at that time there were reports of wonderful miracles, though the author of them could not be found out. It was said that a number of people saw the reins fall from the hands of the Statue of Victory mounted on a chariot in the Capitol, as though she no longer had power to hold them. A statue of Julius Caesar that stood on an island in the river turned from west to east, they said, though there was no earthquake or hurricane to move it. Then the Tiber overflowed its banks. To be sure, it usually did so at that season, but never had it caused so much destruction. This was regarded as a very bad omen. Vitellius had sent forward Caecina, one of his best generals, to secure the passes of the Alps, while he remained in camp on the river Rhine. Otho collected a large army and marched against Caecina. His men had been so long accustomed to a life of ease and luxury that the enemy undervalued their skill. Thus they won 2 victories. But then Caecina made greater exertions, and brought men into the field who had had much experience in warfare. With these he completely defeated Otho's army, in a hard-fought battle on the river Po, near Mantua. One reason for this defeat was that Otho was not present at the battle. Had he been there, his soldiers would have felt encouraged to fight harder. For the safety of his person, he had been persuaded to go to Brixellum, where he awaited the result. Vague rumours of the overthrow of his army reached him at first, but when the wounded joined him, the bad news was confirmed. Otho's friends encouraged him to try again, and not to give up all for lost. While his soldiers crowded about him, kissed his hands, threw themselves on their knees, and begged him with tears in their eyes not to abandon them to the enemy. One private soldier pressed forward with a drawn sword in his hand, and said, "By this, Caesar, judge our fidelity. There is not a man among us but would strike thus to serve you." As he spoke, he stabbed himself to the heart, and fell dead. For a few moments Otho stood perfectly still, looking at his men with little show of emotion of any sort. Then he spoke thus: "This day, my fellow soldiers, which gives me such proofs of your affection, is preferable even to that on which you saluted me emperor. Do not, then, deny me the greater satisfaction of laying down my life to save so many brave men. In this, at least, let me show myself worthy of the empire, and die for it. I am of the opinion that the enemy has not gained a decisive victory. Several nations declare for us, the Senate is with us, and the wives and children of our opponents are in our power. But, alas, it is not in defence of Italy against Hannibal or Pyrrhus or the Cimbri that we fight. It is Romans against Romans, and whether we conquer or fail, our country suffers, and we commit a crime. For victory, to whichever it fall, is gained at her expense. I can die with more honour than I can reign, for by dying I shall establish peace in Italy, and save her from such another unhappy day." No argument or persuasion could induce him to alter his resolution. So, taking leave of his friends and the senators who were present, he dismissed them, then wrote several letters, and sent for Caecus, his brother's son, then a little boy. To him he said, "You have no reason to fear Vitellius, for I have treated his family with the utmost tenderness and consideration. I had meant to adopt you as my son, but delayed it because I did not wish to involve you in my ruin if I failed. Remember, my boy, these my last words. Do not entirely forget, nor too well remember, that you had an emperor for your uncle." A moment after he heard a great noise outside. It was caused by the soldiers, who, seeing the senators departing, threatened to kill them for deserting Otho. Otho was obliged to assume a stern, angry air before he could quiet them and make them go also, and even then they obeyed very unwillingly. In the evening Otho had 2 swords brought to him, and after carefully examining their points, sent away one and placed the other under his arm. Then he called his servants, spoke kindly to them, and made each a present of a small sum of money. Having dismissed them, he went to bed and slept soundly. Early in the morning he summoned one of his chamberlains, and inquired if the senators were gone. On being assured that everything had been provided that they needed, and that they had all departed some hours previously, he said, "Go you then, and show yourself to the soldiers, that they may not suppose you have helped me in killing myself, and put you to a cruel death for it." As soon as the man was gone, Otho fixed the hilt of his sword upon the ground, and fell upon the point with so much force that he expired with one groan. The servants, who waited outside, burst into loud lamentation, which was echoed throughout the camp. The soldiers would not quit the spot, though the enemy were approaching. They dressed the body in magnificent attire, and prepared a funeral pile. Many of them wept aloud, and threw themselves on the ground in despair, while not a few slew themselves after throwing their burning torches upon the pile. A plain monument was erected over the spot where Otho's remains were interred, on which was this simple inscription: "To the memory of Marcus Otho." He died at the age of 38, after having reigned only 3 months. The soldiers then took the oath of allegiance to Vitellius, but he was one of the most despicable, vicious, coarse wretches that ever lived, and was put to death after a reign of 8 months, amidst the curses of the multitude. End of 51. Recording by Louise, Meany, Canberra. End of Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman.